We tell the DMV to order batch plates.
Next meeting will be shorts and flip flops.
Kim, I miss you already.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Councilwoman Helen Anthony. I'm the chairwoman of the Committee on Finance. This is our regular meeting on Tuesday, May 9th at 5:30 p.m. Clerk, would you read the roll, please?
Chairwoman Helen B. Anthony,
Present.
Vice Chairman Juan Pichardo,
Present.
Councilman James Taylor,
Here.
Councilor Sue Engelbrandt,
Here.
Councilor Miguel Sanchez.
Here.
We have 5 present, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. And tonight I would just like to recognize Councilor Shelley Peterson, Councilor Oscar Vargas, our treasurers and Lombardi, we've got our Madam Auditor, Gina Costa, and we have the city solicitor, Ken Cheverini, and of course, Julie Polanco is our clerk, and so is Donna Pelagi. So I would thank you all for attending. Okay. So, yes, and we have Councilor Mario K. Harris. So noted. Chief. Thank you for coming. Okay, so, Madam Clerk, if you actually make a motion to waive the readings of agenda items number 1 through 4. Thank you. Motion made by Councilor Anderson.
Second.
By Councilor Sanchez. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. So tonight, we have the following departments. We've got Director of PEMA, we've got the PEMA, we have telecommunications, we've got the Providence Police Department, the Fire Department, and Public Safety. So welcome all of you. Thank you all for coming. We'll try to make this as efficient as possible. So I would like to start with Claire DeServo, Director of PEMA. Yes, that would be, thank you. Yes, please.
Now, under penalty of perjury, that testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please state all your names for the record.
Chief Financial Officer.
Crystal Lambert, Deputy Finance Secretary. Thank you.
Have everyone? Wonderful. Thank you. Chief Mancini, with you and Sarah will kick us off.
So once again, good evening, Madam Chairman of the committee, of the council, as is standard practice, we've here before you representing departments as they've been called by this committee. And I have before you all 5 affiliates of the public safety department, this you have in the packet, an overview by each department as they fall before you, and discuss the budget directly at the department president to answer questions not only about the budget, but I will see fit regarding the department operation as well. Thank you for that opportunity. As you go, I will turn it over to Acting Finance Sarah Silveri to give the overview of the department of this.
Director, if you wouldn't mind giving me 1 minute, I'd like to mark as exhibit number 9, the Providence Emergency Management Agency presentation. Have a motion. Second. Okay, motion made by Councilor Carter, seconded by Councilor Ingersoll. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Wonderful. Director Silveria.
Go through the finance narrative. You'd like to take all of the box report, or if you're using your budget book, it's page 41. That is the Emergency Management Agency, the revenue generating department, is budgeted at $232,500 for fiscal year 24. This represents an increase of $2,500 over the 24 budget. And the increase is due to additional grant revenue from the state. Moving on to expenditures. Salaries in fiscal 24 is a proposed $395,429. This is an increase of $13,044 over the 23 budget. And the increase in salaries is due to contractual local under cost of living adjustment of 2.75% and step increases, as well as the change in wage modification. Benefits in FEMA is budgeted at $200,568. This is a decrease of $2,244. Moving on to services, the total proposed budget for services in fiscal 24 is $129,556. An increase of $36,279 over the 23 budget. And the change is primarily due to miscellaneous expenses to allow for a grant match. Supplies is budgeted at $36,450, an increase of $22,950 over the 23 budget. And this increase is primarily due to supplies and costs associated with anticipated heat events in fiscal 24. There's no capital budget. So if, I'd like to turn it over now to Director for any questions on her.
Thank you for everything you do for the city. Thank you. Do you have any presentation, or would you like to just answer questions?
I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
I just wanted to start the questions by just clarifying. So the miscellaneous expense has been increased because of a grant match, is that right?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that.
Okay,
So there's a hazard mitigation grant that is offered by FEMA, and depending on the year and depending on how the grant is dispersed from the federal government, it's either a 90-10 match or a 75-25 match, depending on the year and depending on the circumstances. And in order to be competitive for those grants that can number in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, we have to be able to prove and demonstrate that the city is willing to invest either the 10% or the 25% match. In prior years, we've lost out on many of the projects that we proposed on because we haven't been able to demonstrate that we had either the 10 or the 25% match in the budget. Unfortunately, the grant cycle and the budget cycle for the city don't align in timing. So it's a $50,000 line item in the budget. If we don't get any of the grants that we applied for, it just goes back and nothing happens with it. But if we do have the opportunity to apply for these grants that are annual, we'd be able to demonstrate that we had $50,000 in the budget to service either a 25% match or a 10% match for next budget project.
Okay, just to be clear, if we don't get the grant, what happens with the money?
Nothing, it goes back. We don't use it for anything else.
Run towards the end of the year, aid in this just the balanced budget, it stays out.
Okay.
We don't roll it over to anything else.
Okay. And then my second question, and then I'll open it up, is the, the heat events, I'm looking at the supply, the increase in supply. What is that again? Why are you increasing your request for supplies?
So we monitor every activation that we have, whether it's extreme heat or blizzards or flooding events. And in the last 5 years, we have tracked a marked increase in the number of excessive heat events that we respond to in the city. Part of what we do with that is distribute water to our cooling centers that we activate during the season. 3 years ago, we responded to 4 heat events. Last year, we had excessive 16 days of excessive heat warnings. So the number of days that meet the excessive heat threshold set by the National Weather Service has quadrupled in the last 3 years. So last year we had to go to other miscellaneous supplies in order to cover the water for that. So this is just based on us tracking the data in the last 3 years and projecting what we're likely to experience this summer.
Thank you. Of course. Committee members. Yes, Councilor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is most likely for Mr. Mancini. I don't know if you touched on it, the last meeting. But while researching, public safety budgets in the region across the country, it looks like most municipalities, when they submit their budget, don't include, employee benefits in theirs. Is there a reason that we do that? And
First of all, whether we include in a published document or not, it is a documented expense. We do have to pay employee healthcare, pension contribution, employer portion of payroll taxes. So they're displayed in these budget documents to give the full picture of the impact of the city budget is in total. It is a definitive expense in the city.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, because this is almost near impossible to compare and contrast, different, like specific police department spending, when that's included. That's something that our office is kind of running into, when we're trying to do our research on. So thank you.
Yeah, but on the displayed information, including in the benefit lines, they're as close to actual you can get in terms of pro rata application of a total sum. So for example, on the pension, ABC,
Mhm.
the annual return of contribution, it's set by the actuary, and they set it by work group, including by class A and class B, and they allocate it to police, fire, and non-public safety. Likewise, in medical, the outside actuary does the same thing. It provides an analysis and allocation of expenditure by work group. We rely on that to set budgets to determine throughout the year whether we are close to budget, under or over. So it is an important tool, and we do rely on it for that reason.
Fair enough, thank you.
Yes, Councilor Taylor.
A couple of questions. Can you explain the increase in the miscellaneous expenses from 2023 to 2024? It looks like it's going from 40,000 to 79,000.
Yes.
Oh, is that-
That was the matching,
I'm
that was the
sorry.
matching grants.
Oh, matching, okay.
Yeah.
About the office supplies?
Yeah.
That was big.
Yes, the leader grants, I believe. Yes, go ahead.
Just one question on the grants for fiscal year 23, you only have $500 spent, does that mean that you do get the grant you applied for? In this fiscal year?
That's the budget 23 one.
The 23?
Yes, so we received our emergency management performance grant this year, the EMPG grant. We did receive that as well as a small amount of the Homeland Security grant program.
So will you be using the rest of the match for that, for this year? And the,
That's the med, and we also have a medical emergency distribution system kind of dispensing grant that we get from the Department of Health. That's a reimbursement that we get from the Department of Health, and that is still outstanding. That's to be completed in the next month.
okay, on the miscellaneous line item, for the grant match that you said when you applied for the grant, you have money available, so you put money in there. But this year you only have $500 in there. Will you be paying the rest of the $40,000 to a grant match? Or is that going to fall down to the general fund?
We didn't have any grant match budgeted last year for the hazard mitigation grant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you for being here and for your really, really important work in the city. I have 3 quick questions. Well, one is, 2 are quick, one is longer. Given the volume of work that you have and also the reality of like climate change and like the increased intensity of storms and heat days, I guess I have a few questions. One, this seems like an incredibly small staff to deal with that. So I guess it's more like a comment. But 2, how much of your work relies on partnerships with other city agencies or state agencies versus how much you're doing yourself as staff? And then what kind of forward planning are you doing? Like if we've already seen a quadrupling in the last 3 years of heat days, this is gonna be exponential going forward. Like, how are you guys doing forward planning for that? If you are, and like what other sources of funding should we be looking at?
Thank you, that's a great question. So first of all, yeah, we're a small team,
Yeah.
but we work very hard.
Yeah.
And I give a lot of credit to my team because they go above and beyond every day. And yes, we pay very close attention to the trends. We're very actively engaged in climate change resilience planning. That's actually one of the reasons that we're requesting the 50,000 match, because mitigation grants are one of our greatest tools available to us for federal funding to work on climate change mitigation and resilience. A couple of the projects we've applied for previously and have been unsuccessful in are around flooding mitigation particularly around our Woonsocket and Louisville areas. We know those are very flood prone.
Mhm.
So to speak to your question about partnerships, we rely heavily on partnerships and engagement within the city and across the state with nonprofits, our healthcare infrastructure. One of the greatest strengths and most important roles of emergency management is playing that coordination piece. Emergency management agencies across the country are way too small to do all of it ourselves. And what the biggest role we play is working with partners and bringing everybody together on the same page. Just one example of that, speaking to the extreme heat, is we work very closely with the Rhode Island Department of Health, has a couple of people that work on excessive heat and impacts on health.
Mhm.
We are also part of a group that has a researcher who's an emergency medical physician at Brown and at Rhode Island Hospital, who's working on the medical side of excessive heat, and we're working on that from the emergency management perspective. So it's a thing that we're all working together with South Providence and Central Providence as the health equity zones. So a huge portion of what we do is working with partners to make sure we're all linking our efforts together and that we're collaborating where appropriate. And to speak to your question about planning, yes, we work on that a lot. One of the projects that we actually have upcoming in the next year is an update to our hazard mitigation plan. That's required to be updated every 5 years. The last update was in 2019, and if you pull that from the website, that has climate change baked in throughout, and it'll absolutely be a part of what we're looking at. So we track, and we also work with the Department of Health on their excessive heat and their heat-related morbidity and mortality data, and with the National Weather Service out of Boston Norton office around flooding issues and helping them monitor some flooding.
Thank you. And one quick question. What's the civil defense reimbursement? What is that line?
That's an old name, but it's the Emergency Management Performance Grant.
Oh, okay.
It used to be called Civil Defense. Emergency Management came out of Civil Defense, and some names haven't been updated.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. The EMPG is the current name for it.
I have one more question. So who's doing your grant writing?
Hmm.
We do. And Elaine supports us with grant work, but we do.
Big job.
Yeah.
With your five employees, it looks like five.
I don't
employees.
answer
We have 2 grants that are due on the 30th, on June 30th. So we've got the Emergency Management Performance Grant and the Homeland Security Performance Grant are both due for us on the 30th. So that's a project that the team's been working on.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Peterson.
This is actually more of a comment. I've been working with David on a plan on the Branch Ave side of my ward. And I have to say that this is a collaboration between FEMA, and local business partners to help with some flood mitigation in that area. So I want to thank you because I know how hard that grant was to write. David had shared with me a lot of the work that went into that. So, and I'm a grant writer, so I very much understand all the work that you're doing. So I just wanted to highlight on a very specific level the importance of what you guys are doing, because you're very much helping a very arduous flood mitigation process within that Branch Ave area that is going to benefit all of our residents in that particular street. So thank you.
And thank you for your support on that. It means a lot.
Okay, Councilor Vargas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your team, do you have anyone who speak a different language besides English?
Currently, we did until the fall. So we have a pretty high turnover rate, especially among preparedness coordinators. So we've had a number of people that do speak Spanish that come through, but they move on to better positions. So not currently.
So you are.
I speak a couple of languages, but my Spanish is not very good.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Quick question.
Yes, Councilor Sanchez.
So no, I started thinking with my counselor and the board here. So what would be like the next step in growing Pima? Like what would be the next position if we had a blank check? Like what would help you be a better department?
Well, there's always more to be done. Just what we have in the budget this year, getting that and getting the hazard mitigation match potential would be a big step in the right direction. Things like getting ready for the excessive heat that we know is coming. So those line items that don't seem like a lot really do mean that we'll be able to provide the extra water during the summer. Those kind of items that just the budget that we've asked for would mean a lot to help us move that forward. And we appreciate all of your support on that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really, we all set. Oh, Councilor Struggle, I'm so sorry.
I think in terms of your staff and also your collaboration with other departments, and we talk about the heat and the climate change. So I think about also our coastline right there by the hospital. Are we, as a city, prepared to address any of the scenarios, and one of the worst scenarios in that area? And where do we rank as a emergency management in New England in terms of being prepared?
I'm not sure I could quantitatively rank us, but we do a lot of work in the port area. We have a lot of really important partnerships. I actually sit on our local emergency preparedness coalition, the LEPC2 for the port. I sit on that as a secretary. Chief Poole sits on it as the vice chair. So we're very actively engaged with our industry areas in the port. We have an annual port evacuation exercise. The hazards and risks that are present in the port are also well accounted for in our hazard mitigation plan. So we work with a lot of different partners. One of the folks that we do work with as well is the University of Rhode Island. And they have some researchers that are doing modeling and search scenarios and mapping what that would look like for specific industries in the port. And then we've talked to a number of the industries down there and locations about what that kind of surge impact would look like, what a hurricane would look like for their facilities. And we support both the LEPC2 and the port evacuation. We run the port evacuation route. That'll be likely the last week in September. I always send notification out to the council about that, and we always welcome participants and observers in that as well.
So,
Yes, please.
and knowing that your staff is very limited, with 5, 6, so far 5. And that's very skeletal, right? So your department gets evaluated on a regional basis in terms of where do we rank or how do we perform from an outside source?
So there's no regional ranking. The closest that exists for emergency management agencies is an accreditation system called the Emergency Management Accreditation System. It's EMAP. And that is an evaluation every 5 years. That's a national standard. And we were the first municipality in the country to be granted our emergency management agency. There were some states that went before, but we received accreditation in 2010. We renewed in 2015. And we successfully renewed in 2020 to 2021. Our dates got a little off with COVID. So that's a national metric that measures how we compare against a series of 64 criteria that kind of set the gold standard for what an emergency management agency should be. And we've successfully been reaccredited every 5 years.
Yes, please.
Have there any recommendation in increasing capacity and to what level?
I mean, this is just my soapbox, but I don't think there can ever be enough emergency management.
Well, just at least, hey, you know.
But we do a lot with what we have in the city, and we actually, if I may,
Yes,
Chairwoman,
please.
I wanted to take this opportunity. We're going to be inviting you all to do an open house at FEMA. We're just trying to finalize the date right now, and we'll make sure that you all get an invitation so that you can all see the facility we have. We're incredibly fortunate. I've seen a lot of emergency management agencies across the region and across the country. We have a beautiful facility. They received some federal grant funds in 2010 to 2014, and we have an incredible facility for the size of the city that we have. Personally, I think it's better than Boston's, and we have a lot of capability in our facility. So we're going to be doing an open house, and hopefully you all will be able to come see all of our equipment, our emergency operations center, and we can also talk a little bit about all of the preparation we do for hurricane season.
This will be super fast. You'll also be getting an invitation from our office to come present and just have conversation with the Special Committee on the Environment and Climate Resiliency. So I look forward to that as well.
I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, everyone finished with their questions? Okay, thank you so much for coming this evening. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your service to the city. Thank you. Okay. We are now on to the communications department.
Here we have this evening, Director Joseph Iglesias.
Okay.
You're following along with the we're on page 39. Finance communications. Communications is another revenue generating department. Revenue is budgeted at $630,000 for fiscal '24. This is a decrease of $70,000 from the fiscal year '23 budget. And this revenue is derived from fireboxes. So the reduction in revenue is due to experience and what we've seen in prior years, and also from our vendor that manages the system for us. Moving on to expenditures, the salary in fiscal '24 is proposed $5,386,248. This is an increase of $316,248 over the '23 budget. The department has made the following organizational change requests. An increase in salary for the administrative crew chief at a cost of $11,110. Fund 2 additional control center operators at a cost of $101,582. And a result of those additional control center operators results in a savings in callback of $150,000. And net change is a savings of $37,308. The remaining change in salary is due to cost of living adjustment of 2.75% and step increases. Total budgeted benefits for '24 is $3,838,539. This represents an increase of $37,330. Moving on to services, the proposed budget for services in fiscal '24 is $1,196,900. This is an increase of $158,973 over the '23 budget, and this change is primarily due to an increase in every system maintenance costs. Moving on to supplies, the total proposed budget for supplies in fiscal '24 is $306,080. This is an increase of $135,562, and this increase is primarily due to costs associated with computer equipment, radio battery replacements, and construction and maintenance supplies. There's no capital in this budget. We have to turn it over to the director.
Madam Chair, can we enter this?
Yes,
as an exhibit?
I am so sorry. Yes, we have a motion to mark this exhibit department here in communications budget as exhibit number 10.
So moved.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sanchez, seconded by Councilor Fajardo. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. Thank you for the reminder, Madam Clerk. Okay. So I would just like to just start by asking about, maybe you can tell me a little bit about why you're adding the 2 control center operators, what kind of schedule they have.
So, can I talk a little bit about our department to explain a little bit?
Yes,
Because I know we have
please.
new council, a lot of new council people
Yes,
that
I
may not be
am so
sure of what we do.
Of
So
course,
I
of
think it will
course.
help a little bit.
Thank you.
So we have 67 employees. We do a variety of things. I know most of the people know us as the dispatch. We dispatch 911 calls to police and fire. We also take care of all the cabling throughout the city for the fire alarm system, which is aerial, both aerial and underground, which we have a 6-person crew that takes care of that. We also work on all of the radios throughout the city, all of any communication, radio communication for the city of Providence goes through us, goes through our building. We also have a garage downstairs that handles all the installations of radios, computers, lights, and sirens for both police and fire vehicles. We also assist with Brown University, Providence College, Rhode Island College, if they purchase radios, programming for them and assisting them to be on our frequencies to work and collaborate together with them. We also have an IT department. We have an IT person upstairs that works on all of our IT stuff internally. And we also have 3 switchboard operators that are located here in City Hall that we oversee. So we have quite a variety, and we have 2 telephone technicians that handle all the telephone work throughout the city. Any phone in a city building is through communications. We are a vendor to Cox Communications, and they take care of all of that. So that just gives you a little overview. The reason for our 2 additional call takers, the control center operators, are our call volumes are increasing. Our mental health calls are increasing. And one of the big things about our mental health is the mental health of our workers. And for us to keep going the way we're going, we can. And we have a callback system where if you're working, you're the last person to get called. We try to call someone in who's not working, but unfortunately, it doesn't always work that way. We don't get to get someone from outside. Someone who's working their current 8-hour shift gets frozen, and they have to work another 8-hour shift. So they're working 16 consecutive hours, and it's a stressful job answering calls and also moving up to the front and dispatching. So for 16 hours straight, it's a little stressful. So with these 2 additional positions, it would help us greatly on having those callbacks eliminated.
And I see also that you're eliminating the callback,
Correct.
and so that's the reason.
So that would hopefully balance it off.
All right, councilors, yes. Councilor Taylor.
Joe, real quick, why, I know she said something about fireboxes, but I missed it. Why the decrease from 700 to 630?
So I know we have a company.
Comstar.
I think it's our collections for the boxes. There are a lot of boxes that are exempt from collections, and we also are behind on some of our collections.
How far, do we know how far we're behind? Why
I
are
know
we
we're
behind,
waiting on
I
a
guess?
report from Comstar.
So there are 1,589 fireboxes, of which there are 1,011 actual pairs. Some of the pairs are on multiple boxes. Per Comstar, the actual assumes that there is $630,000 collectible for the year. To date, we are still owed. There's a little over 225,000 so far this year owed.
Why are we behind on that?
We are actually, the 3rd request for payment is just went out. That's normal. Some of the hospitals and some of the colleges right now have not paid, but they usually pay after this, in May or early June. That's normal.
Please.
The fire calls and police calls, do you happen to know how many from 911 there were last year?
I do. So we had, I can give you a copy of this. We had a breakdown monthly, but total calls for police were 101,675, and for fire 47,372. Now,
Does
these,
that include just 911 or is that all
Yeah,
the
is that-
7 digit?
that is, yes, that is all the calls that come in. Some of them, the numbers are smaller because in the event of a fire or an accident, multiple people may call in for the same. So the way we do that is even though 7 people called in, we'll just take that as 1 call. We won't take it as 7 calls for the same incident. So that's how many incident calls.
And that's what, 2022?
That was for 2022, correct?
Do you happen to have 2021 numbers?
I do not have 21. I have the numbers up to date so far for this year. What those numbers are. For police, 34,500, and for fire, 16,500. Those are as of yesterday.
and last question is the administrative assistant chief, that's a non-union position, right?
No, the administrative crew chief is a union position.
I thought you were asking for 11,000 increase in that.
Yes,
It's a union position?
it's a union position.
The union agreed to that? How
They
does
did,
that-
they did.
I guess my next question is what constitutes the 11,000 pay raise?
So-
What are that person doing more than they were doing last year?
So what she does now is before we had assistance through the police department on our calls that needed to go, tapes that were requested by the attorney general, by the law department, or by police and fire. We had assistance doing that before. We no longer have that assistance, and she has taken over full responsibility for that now. She also does our payroll with a variety of other things as far as scheduling, and we've been paying her overtime a couple of times a month. And
She does payroll, Ronnie Murphy don't do payroll for you guys?
she does payroll, but she sends it over to Ronnie, yes. She takes care of it, and she prepares it, and she prepares it for Ronnie and sends it to Ronnie.
And my last question, and I know the answer, but I have to ask it, because I've been asking it for years, even when I worked with communications. Annie and Ally, let me explain real quickly. Annie and Ally is, when you call the Providence Police Department or Fire Department, you give the address, it's a shooting, so you call, it was 100 Road Street, it's a shooting. It goes to Lincoln State Police 911, then they revert the call back to Providence. So both dispatches and police and fire have to type in, we have to ask again, Providence Fire, yeah, it's a shooting, where's the shooting? The person usually is all hypothetical, all upset. I just told you the address, no, you didn't, you told 911. And then we have to try to get from the person, not from 911, we gotta get the information typed in. Annie and Ally basically is, and other departments have it, and I have no clue why Providence has it. I'm not putting Joe on the spot. But it automatically populates the address, so we don't have to ask it. So I know we don't have it. I've been told, the commissioner told me 5 years ago, oh, it's right around the corner, and the more past deputy director.
Joe McGarry.
Joe McGarry still owes me a dinner, because he said before he retired, we were gonna get it, and we just haven't got it. Is there still, what's the holdup on that?
So it is,
I mean, if Westerly can get it, I don't see why we can't get it.
so when I took over as director a little over a year ago, the commissioner brought me to Situate, to the state police barracks there where the 911 office is. And we had to sit down with the new, David Smith was the current director at the time he left. And when the new director took over, it was an introduction for us. And it was an ability to find out what was going on with our CAD-to-CAD system, trying to get a CAD-to-CAD interface, which is our computer-aided dispatch that we have in our building. And unfortunately, every department doesn't have the same that City of Providence has, and the state police does not. If they did, which they were working on doing that, and the councilman is correct, that at least 5-6 years ago, they started working on it. For some reason, the vendor that was agreed to do it, which is the vendor we have, is not doing it for the state. They have a different vendor, and it's totally different software that they have. Unfortunately, they were going to install phones for us into our building, which would have the Annie and Ally designation, so that we could see the calls come in with the address and with the location, with the numbers, the phone number. Unfortunately, that would not fit into our system. We would have to have multiple phones on our desks. So as you know how our fire dispatch center is, we have our phones, we have our backup phones in the event that power goes out, Cox Communications goes down, we have backup lines that come in. Unfortunately, putting another phone on the desk that would not be compatible with our system would be fruitless. It wouldn't help us at all. It would only make more work, and it would be more confusion for our people. So we've had multiple meetings with the state. We've been trying, but we haven't been successful up until this point.
Joe, I was on record to say, if you can get this done as director, I'll buy you lunch. It's long overdue.
You are on. We're
That
not
other
gonna stop. We're not gonna
Cranston.
stop. We're not gonna stop trying.
Cranston, East Providence, there's quite a few out there, and I know it makes the job tougher for the dispatchers.
It does.
Because we have a lot of streets that are saying name, like someone like
Yes.
Paul say, Potter's Ave, Potter Drive, Borough Street, Barrow Street. And you can, with person screaming and everything on the phone, it's easy to type in the wrong address. Where if it's up there populated, you don't have to worry about that.
Correct. And Councilman, I do have calls into Arthur Martin's, the new director at 911, to set up a meeting. We're trying. Greg Royan has been helpful with us in that. We've been trying to do it up until this point. We've been unsuccessful. They really haven't been willing to work with us. So we're gonna try. We're gonna continue to try.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, we would love to hear an update on that. Try to keep some pressure on that.
We will.
Thank you so much, Council Taylor. Yes, Councilor Annabelle.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman, and thank you for being here and for all your work. I have 3 quick questions. 1, amateur hour, what are firebox collections?
So firebox collections are master boxes that are put into businesses throughout the city.
Mhm.
They pay a fee, they pay a $500 fee. What that fee consists of is getting the box into the system, into our system,
Mhm.
so that in the event fire happens in that building, sprinklers go off, something happens. As soon as that system goes off, it registers immediately back to communications.
Okay,
Comes into our building, goes to a digitized system, which in layman's terms, it's a little computer.
Yeah.
It has a cash register printout, basically, gives the box number, gives the location, and it tells you what is going on. If it's fire, smoke, whatever it is, and it'll come up right down there for you, and it gives you that information.
okay,
So
and that's
that's the fee.
opt-in?
That's,
It's opt-in for businesses to have that?
it's mandatory.
It's mandatory,
It's
okay.
mandatory, yes.
And then 2 other quick questions, that's okay? And I think you said this in your intro, but I just want to make sure I understand. The maintenance service increase, I think it's 52911. That was a pretty significant increase. What was leading to that increase?
So that was an infrastructure increase by Motorola. Motorola is our vendor for our radio system.
Okay,
And we never had an infrastructure line item before. They added it this year because our equipment is so old.
oh, so you have to upgrade the
So we have,
equipment?
exactly. So that needs to be upgraded, and that was given to us this year as an increase from Motorola.
For Motorola. And then similarly, there's line item 54215, construction and maintenance supplies. That also looked like a pretty significant increase from 8,000 up to 84,000. What was that one?
All the batteries. So that's an increase for our batteries, for our portables,
Mhm.
because what happens is after 4 years,
Mhm.
the battery life quickly diminishes.
Okay,
And all of our new radios that we purchased are at least 4 years old, some are older now, and we were in dire need of getting batteries replaced for those.
okay, okay, so
Those are-
that's cyclical, like every 4 years you ask for that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just have a couple, just one more follow-up. Your control center operators, are they trained?
They are. When we initially hire them, sometimes they are not. We try to bring in people that are already trained. Unfortunately, that doesn't always happen, but when they come in, we bring them to a training. We have paid trainers who work in our building, and they are assigned, when the new person comes in, they are assigned to them for 30 to 60 days, depending on their level of expertise. And we give them a complete training. We do every 2-week eval on them. And then the trainers hand in an eval to us. We go through the evaluations. We see where they need more help, or if they're ready to go, we sign them on quicker. But most of the time, we give them the full length of training, because there's a lot to take on. There's a lot to learn.
And how are you handling mental health calls?
Mental health calls, we are working closely with both police and the fire department now. The fire department has put 2 mobile vehicles on. We work closely with Chief Kenyon on that, and the behavioral health team for the city. We are also working on overdose responses now with police and fire. I'm trying to clean and streamline that a little bit more, so that we don't have to send multiple, both fire and police to a lot of the calls. Some of the calls, police don't need to be there. If it's a mental health call, just the fire department going with their mental health vehicle may be enough. If it's someone that doesn't need transport, if someone just needs a valve, sometimes those mental health vehicles are enough.
So your operators are making those decisions?
Correct.
And, yes, Madam Auditor.
Just one request. Can you give me a copy of the MOU from the union that is, that the city and the union agreed to the wage increase?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So you guys, so say you get a call on like a robbery or something. I know the city has like a policy on like how many police cars to send. Is that like up to, is that in the fire or police department's policy? Is that like your policy? So
So. what
I'll
we
get a
do-
certain type of
So what
call.
we do, every call is different. Every call is different. So what our dispatchers will do, they'll go by the book. They'll go by the book. So if a certain amount of cars are issued that call, then our dispatcher will put out car 162, car 163, and 164. Now supervisor is listening. A supervisor may override that and say, could you pull a car from District 1 and District 2 also and send them? We don't make that decision will come from supervisors. Our police guys can probably explain it a little better, but that's, yes, we do make the initial,
Mhm.
but we always take guidance from the police or fire department on those calls.
Thank you.
Councilor Pichardo.
Just on the question of Motorola being your contractor.
Yes.
The equipment is all, did that come up for RFP again, or?
So are we good for that this year?
That was before the board, actually yesterday, the board of contracts yesterday. So Motorola is actually the sole provider pretty much of our, interface, with all the radio systems. The actual system itself, the 800 megahertz system, is primarily Motorola, as well as all of the portable radios, the repeater system, and everything is Motorola thread.
Is that a standard
Yes,
all across?
completely across the state and, quite a bit across the country.
Motorola
Yes.
is the main provider. There are other, Kenwood has come out with a lot of radio equipment now. The companies that are coming out with them are good companies, they're quality companies. The unfortunate thing is they don't have the capability and the equipment that Motorola has, the sophistication that Motorola has. And the nice thing about Motorola is they're already in place with us. So an infrastructure increase like this, it seems a lot. But if we were to turn around and say, hey, let's look at this company, and maybe we could bring this company in, we would have to start from the ground up. And it would be an enormous task. It would be, and cost.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the job you're doing. I see these departments, the first respond before they dispatch the police. Do you have any other people who speak the language of these accents?
We do. We have about 15 on both sides, on fire and police that speak English and Spanish. And we also do have a language line, so that if at the time, on fire or police, if there is not a Spanish speaking person on duty at that time, what we can do is we have the ability to dial a number. It's a speak that goes right into the language line, and we just tell them what language you need, and an operator that translates will come on immediately and stay on the phone with us and with the caller.
This department only answers 911,
We answer non-emergency calls also.
but like 272, 11.
That everything comes into our building, correct? Correct, yes.
Can I have?
Yes, you may have another
Thank you,
question.
Madam. These are the AT&T mobile phone charges. It's only the charges or the phones?
That was a separate line item. That was just for chargers for the units for the vehicles. I don't think that was a one time. Was that a one time? The AT&T chargers?
314,000.
Oh, that's not chargers. No, 314.
AT&T,
That's the annual charge.
Yes.
The annual charge for our service from AT&T for our FirstNet. AT&T FirstNet is our provider. That's, yes, they are a provider. And the reason that we go through AT&T FirstNet is anytime that cellular towers go down, anything like that happens, AT&T has first preference for first responders. So we would be the last ones to use cellular connectivity.
Thank you.
Alright, you're welcome. And just one final question.
Yes.
The radio parts.
Yes.
Why, can you explain that increase? The cost of the radio parts?
So that is the inclusion of the new batteries, the replacement of the batteries for the portables.
And how many portables?
Right now, we have 1,736 portables throughout the city, which take care of police, fire, public works, parks, the recreation department, colleges, and the
So this would be the first phase, year one.
How often, I mean, first phase, so how many do we have?
So these radios were purchased 5 years ago, the portables. And so like the director said, that they have a 5-year shelf life for the recharging. And then they wear out, you can't charge more. And so this will be the first replacement phase of them. And then so we're looking to replace half of them. And then next year we have to replace the second half.
Okay, so this, so 1,736, is that the total or is that half of what you're doing?
So we'll be doing half of those radios
Right,
this
we're
year.
doing
So
half
we're doing
this
half of the
year.
1,700 this year, and then the rest will be next year.
Okay, all right.
And the reason the cost is so expensive on these batteries is, especially for the fire department batteries, they are a special battery that can go into a fire and with high heat or flames or anything like that will not explode. So the portable will not blow up once they enter a burning building. So the cost on those are extremely expensive.
Thank you. All right, Councilor Taylor.
Last question. If our system goes down, it's still FEMA the backup?
Correct.
When's the last time we've actually simulated?
Actually, our guys were there this week, last week. Last week they were there, the director and deputy director, let them in, cut them upstairs, showed them where everything is. We did a bunch
No,
of tests.
when's the last time the dispatch was like, you said, okay, we're gonna shut it down. When I was there, that's what we said, shut it down.
We,
And then we go to FEMA for say a day or two.
we haven't done that recently. We did it at the commissioners conference room on small scale. We haven't done it on a big scale at the, we've been doing it the past, every 6 months we do it at.
Recommend with all the new dispatches and everybody that they do that and see if there's any bugs in the system.
Yes,
If people have any problems.
yes. That's why we sent Mike over the other day. We sent
My
Mike. 'cause Mike's
concern
on-
always with communications, it's right on the highway, if God forbid a truck that flipped over with whatever.
Yes,
and
even the
evacuate.
councilman saying before with flooding, it's always a concern of ours, is all our equipment, as you know, is downstairs in the basement. And if our basement ever gets flooded, we're in trouble, so.
And then just not to beat a dead horse, but I know that the language line, it takes a while to get that working. It works. But again, if we had an alley, we at least could send the trucks that way.
Yes,
Right now, we can't do that.
yes,
So
I agree.
that's it.
Okay, any more questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For your service to the
Thank you for your
city.
time.
Good job. Thank you, Elaine.
Good night.
Before we go on, I'd just like to recognize Council President Rachel Miller, who is not this time. Okay, all right. Next, I think it's the police department.
The whole thing. I'm leaving in.
We got now. Sure. Yeah. That's the council.
So first of all, I would like to mark as exhibit number 11, the presentation on the departmental hearing of the police department budget. And have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion made by Councilor Taylor, seconded by Councilor Angelou, all in favor?
I,
All opposed? Thank you. Now I can officially welcome you.
Madam Chair, we are joined this evening by Colonel Commander Colonel Lanning, representing the police department.
Commander, welcome, thank you.
And this will begin with the department summary.
If you're following along in your budget, we're on page 34. The state of revenue generating department, the revenue is budgeted at $8,795,275 for fiscal 24. And this is an increase of $15,875 over the 23 budget. And this increase is primarily due to police academy application fees that are expected to be received in fiscal 24. The main revenue drivers in this department is the red light and school safety zone violations. And the increase has been offset by a decrease in expected bureau crime prevention fees, which are reduced to increasing utilization. Moving up to expenditures, salaries, total salary for fiscal 24 is a proposed $53,739,425. An increase of $3,699,859, and the department has made the following organizational changes. Under civilian personnel, they funded a desktop administrator, $67,538. They defunded the public information officer for a decrease of $63,811. They funded a chief public information officer, $56,206. Funding of a communications developer, $74,498. And an increase in salary for the admin confidential assistant, $6,276. The civilian net change is $170,707. Uniform personnel, police person, August 2023 graduation, 30 recruits, $1,671,515. Lateral transfers of 10, $317,748. Police trainees beginning in October of 2023, $768,000. And police persons March 2024 graduation, $680,546. The uniform net change is $3,340,809 for a total police department salary request of $3,511,516. The remaining increase is the total for 1033 cost of living adjustment of 2.75% and a 1% placeholder for all foreign staff and collective bargaining agreement negotiations. And then I will note here the department longevity budget was inadvertently published at the incorrect amount. That it should be $2,500,000. And it resulted in correction of about $1 million for final budget. Final budget ordinances, you'll see the same error in the fire department. So it's a total of $2 million. Since the budget was first presented, there have been a couple of items that came to our attention that will offset that. One is about a $1.4 million funds on deposit in our debt service that we just received a couple of weeks ago. The approval that we can use that to offset debt service this year. So that will be a $1.4 million savings. And you'll also notice when we get to probate court that the salary for probate court was uploaded twice. So there's a $300,000 savings there. So altogether, we've identified $1.7 million in savings to offset that incorrect amount that was uploaded for longevity increase in fire.
Okay, I'm sorry, the total for the longevity between the two departments on
It was
longevity.
about $2 million.
You have a question? Okay.
And moving on to benefits, total budgeted benefits for fiscal 24 are $43,731,915, an increase of $3,642,642,046. Services, total proposed budget for services in fiscal 24 are $7,923,621, an increase of $143,750 over the 23 budget. The department has increased costs due to recruitment, training, lab remediation at the Providence police range, and other contractual obligations. These increases have been offset by a reduction in maintenance and service costs because of a recent grant award of body worn cameras. Moving on to supplies, total proposed budget for supplies for fiscal 24 are $2,466,813, an increase of $331,400 over the 23 budget. And this increase is primarily due to increased costs of auto parts and uniforms for the upcoming police academy. And there's no capital budget.
Thank you. I don't know if you have a presentation for us, or whether you just want us to ask questions. How would you like to proceed?
No presentation. Good evening, and thanks for having me here today. Just open up the questions.
Okay, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
I think I would just like to take this discussion off on the, talking about the police academies. Just to start, what is the number of uniform personnel that you ultimately would like to have at the police department?
Right, so yeah, no, there's always been a number. I know in the past, the last colonel that mentioned 450. I think some number between 450 and 486 is a number that is reasonable and rational, specifically because the population in the city has shifted, the needs of the city has shifted. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in our city that goes on, sometimes it's unplanned incidents. If we think back about the horrific incidents that have happened around the nation, it has caused us to get ready for unplanned protests, unplanned events that just we have to drop the numbers. So those numbers that I mentioned between 450 and 480, I think is reasonable for us to be able to at least police the city of Providence, just like community and
Thank you. And can you talk about the current police academy with the graduation date of August 2023?
Correct. So yeah, we have 30 recruits right now in the academy. We're halfway there, and they're doing well. We are hoping to be able to graduate all 30. And we just, it's hopefully that no one gets injured and all the issues occur. So hopefully for them.
Can you talk a little bit about the process, for a police academy, beginning with recruitment and then the background checks and can you just talk about, the length of time it takes and how you go about doing it?
And there's a great question. So yeah, many people will think that, we're supposed to out an ad for advertisement to recruit. And we're pretty good at proactively recruiting. We go out there to the colleges. Matter of fact, we just, Emmanuel and I know with a couple of members of the military. And we reach out to different organizations to help us recruit. So the beginning is posting the application process, advertising, and showing that we're out there in the media, whether it's Indeed, Monster, using just different sources to reach out far and beyond, including obviously people in the city. And then from there, once the applicants apply, they are scheduled for a written test or a physical test. I mean, sorry, go to a physical test, which is a physical part. We have instructors that are certified to make sure that they put people out for a mile and a half. They will do the sit-ups. They will do certain activities. If they're good enough to pass that phase, then they go through a written test. And then we reach out for providing a written test, which tests your logical thinking and gives you different scenarios to think of things that may happen. And if you pass that, then you go for a panel, in which many times we'll use citizens from our city, community members, to be part of those panels. We interview the individuals that are able to reach that level. And if they pass that, then they have to go through a psychological test. And then at that point, if they pass that, they're eligible enough to enter a police academy. And that academy is usually 5 months. It's a rigorous process, and it takes time.
How much time does it take for, to accomplish all those things before the police academy begins?
So by the time we start, for-
I would say from the time you start choosing your academy to the time the next academy graduates, the police academy is in field training for 12 weeks and is into the police, in the patrol in the city is probably around 16 to 18 months. That's recruiting, choosing, testing, training, field training, into the patrol.
On the road.
Okay, great. And so you have a class that's graduating in August of 2023.
Correct.
And then may I just ask in general, is there a certain amount of attrition to people? Do you retain all your the new officers typically when they finish the academy?
For the most part, yes. And then there's sometimes obviously, one or two officers that will, see better opportunities, in the past, we usually pretty good at keeping. We're a good department, we're a model police department, and we're looked at around, especially in the state, capital city, we have all the, I like to pat myself in the back for the fact we're pretty professional level. We're a model, police department around this nation, so many people even apply from out of state to come to us and stay with us.
And if I could just add to that, so it's not by accident, we have a comprehensive improvement plan that's put together with this team. And, it's targeting specific demographics to make sure that they're underrepresented in the workforce. And we really work hard on retention. And part of that is in the selection phase. I think we're selecting someone that we think will be a successful police officer, that will be able to handle the physical and academic aspects of the police academy. And, of course, when they're going through field training, sometimes people just decide it's not the profession for them. And I think we encourage people to be that way reflective because, we want them to have success with their career, but it's not forever. It's a tough profession. And currently, with the way recruitment has been, and it's difficult in a robust job market like this, that, the colonel's very intentional about getting our offices out into the community. And our offices are our best recruiters. So we're really having some great success with the first.
Wonderful. And where are you with regard to the new class, the academy that you are looking to have? Is
So,
beginning in October of 2020.
we haven't started, we're hoping that, once this process is done, that we can start recruiting that's the whole, obviously, to be able to, at least be able to have be some sort of close to full strength in the department, which is done between 415, 480 that I mentioned. So we're looking to start once this process is over if possible.
Okay, so the process that's going to take 16 to 18 months would begin in October of 23. That's what
We'll begin it, but if it's passed, that we'll begin immediately recruiting. We would like to begin the announcing, recruiting, sending the advertising to get people to apply for it.
We're trying to make it more predictable. So people are coming out of college and they want to be a police officer and for law enforcement. And, it doesn't serve us well to have these big gaps in between hiring and people not being able to predict, well, I want to work in Providence. It's such a great city and I'm excited about it. But if we don't have a particular rhythm for how we do the academies and they're regular, even if they're smaller, because sometimes the smaller academies are much easier to manage and they get better training visits. So I think what the colonel said is important that, it's going to be consistent, predictable, and, someone that's graduating doesn't have to wait. And we lose our best candidates in diversity sometimes other departments because of the time it's taking to get them important.
Let me emphasize on that. Yeah, that's key. Commander just mentioned. Many times we'll put it out and individuals will apply to other departments. And because everybody's pulling from the same pool. And so when we don't announce in time, then they go to, say, Princeton, Tucket, and we lose some good candidates, sometimes even our own residents, to try and make sure that our department reflects the community we serve. And it's sad to see those people go to other departments.
I certainly understand the argument, so I need to be consistent in but I'm just, the only reason I'm asking is because you've got a beginning date of October 2023 and a graduation date of March 2024. So it seems to me, based on, what needs to happen in order for a class to graduate, it's a long process.
So, yeah, but if we can start, the fastest we start, then we'll have the opportunity to be able to start in October. And
would be fine.
Yeah, if you would start the recruiting process early, you have, that time to play with.
Okay, and maybe you could talk a little bit about also, the retirement eligible, that what you're trying to do here is keep up with your retirement. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. I mean, we're looking at right now, actually our contract negotiations, our contract advisors, we're with, and, there's a lot of offices, we've got about close to 200. If somebody wanted, I could retire today if I want, but this is the same phase. Yeah, right, so.
Don't do that.
Not allowed to do it. We're all in that same phase, so people. So 111 eligible to retire. Eligible to retire.
111.
111, correct. That could go on the board if they want to.
All right.
And then mandatory, we have actually.
We have three mandatory for 2023 and one mandatory for 2024.
And then there's a lot of offices that are coming up on dates where their pension benefit actually comes down slightly. So my academy, for instance, 25, you go into your 27th year and the pension benefit goes down. So there's, sometimes it sparks at two academy people that are in my class and decided to leave, but they don't know if they're gonna make it to the 29th year where they get back up to the pension benefit they had at, 25.
So there's no way to actually project, what those numbers are or when they most likely would leave?
No, I mean, it's no way to predict it, like every day, someone makes a personal decision to leave. I mean, people leave the profession, it's most important to have offices to take up that when people leave. So, we asked what the perfect number is, and, our, minimum staffing levels, our shift, and right now, with the way, it's getting with our numbers, it's hard to do the extras, and the extras aren't all the things that make us a model agency. Me and the colonel talk about this regularly. It's all, we're a community policing department, so it's everyone wants to see mounted pool, bike posts, footballs in their districts. And the council all have national night itself, they want the police to have a plan and be part of that. That means we need more officers, not just to respond to the call, but with engagement and being able to work with our at-risk youth. Because if you see, in our city, gun violence is going down around youth, and it's going up other places around the country, doubling in New York City. And that's due to our proactive, community police model that Colonel Perez is pushing. And we need officers to accomplish that.
To your question, going back to that, just as far as why would people leave, right? You just don't. Decisions could be family, could be other jobs, could be, they look at a number of 25 years and then they're like, they're adding up or all these things. I mean, I still hold the job, but obviously, it's like, it's just different. We just don't know.
And then just ask, I'm concentrating on the uniformed personnel. So you've got a breakout of the police trainees and police persons on the beginning date and graduation date. Can you explain why that's broken up the way it is? Maybe that's more a question for the director or the chief.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, in terms of the presentation that we received this evening, we've got the breakout of police trainees beginning October 2023, police persons March 2024 graduation. I'm just wondering why it's broken out in salaries that way.
Because so the police trainees are a different rating than the departmental officer.
Okay.
Would be a full salary then? Would be a full salary then just.
During the police academy, I think they earn about $20.
It's $20 an hour, and it's a different rate.
Thank you. And that clerk.
Just a question, in your minutes, you have a list of 10 offices from a cop school. Are those currently funded or are they future funding? Is that shown in the budget? An offset to the salaries?
Not currently, it's about $150,000, that will add to budget for the final budget ordinances. So between the 1.4 million that we identified in debt service savings, the 300,000 for report, and then 150,000 for cops.
Okay.
I'm losing my voice.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. And then I'm gonna ask one more question and open it up. I'm sorry, everyone. just on the lateral transfers, can you just tell us a little bit about that? The
So, yeah,
test-
so we, first time ever that we actually ended up putting out for lateral transfers. And so that's officers from other agencies who are post certified. So they have the credentials. In the state, we have the post certification. So if you're an officer in Lincoln or an officer in Barrington, you have your post certified. So you can apply to the agencies. Providence Schools has never taken any of the officers of any other towns. Recruitment, like I said, is difficult. And so we put it out for the first time and we were able right now to take 5 laterals. We have 5 lateral officers. They went through a process of a background check, interviews with myself, the commander and the major. And we ended up with 5 laterals that to get on the Providence Police Department.
So you think you could bring in 5 more?
Correct, pushing not, it's a lot of aspect that's been going on promoting the department to see if we're able to come on.
Madam Auditor.
Can I ask what rate they come in as, okay?
I'm sorry?
Do they come in as a third grade patrol officer?
Correct, they come in as full salary, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna open it up. I'm sorry, I monopolized. Yes.
I'm sorry, that's it, correct.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so,
They come in at the salary, they're equal to its seniority. So if they have 5 years seniority on the police department at their employee act, they come in at the equal salary for the Providence police. And not at, they would not receive longevity or vacation time equal to that only salary.
Okay. Any follow-up on that?
And the union agreed to this?
Yes,
Yeah.
they did.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Taylor.
The public information officer, I see, was taken out, correct?
sorry?
The public information officer was taken out. It was actually moved to chief public information officer.
Yeah, so it's just it's an upgrade.
Why $24,000 upgrade? What is that person doing
So that
now
job,
that they didn't do last year?
yeah, the job has shifted a lot. Since I've taken over as chief, there's a lot of communication that goes on with the media. And even internally with different events that are going on in the communities, different communities, that we want to make sure that we're doing this in a way that is competitive with, in a way that is consistent with making sure that we are communicating properly with the media. It's just, also this person will make their salaries competitive with all the PIO rates.
You know, 21st century policing, one of the pillars is media and social media, and it's so important to us to have, with the way the news cycle is now 24/7, to have someone that's really dedicated to be managing that. And it's about transparency, and it's about highlighting, getting reliable, people should turn to the police department for reliable information. And I think it's important to have someone or a team of people that handle that. We're the second largest police department in New England, and we need, media needs access, and they need to be able to report timely data. This person also handled all the APRA requests which come in, and there is a ton of them. I think the lady said it was 200 last year alone. So, that, you know, and the salary, if you look around the country with departments our size, that's comparable to what, so for what we're asking of this person. And, you know, reimagining our whole public information to work in, we've always been in sync with the administration. It's a priority for the mayor's office, with FEMA, with fire, you know, and most of the inquiries that come in are for police information. Everything, you know, police officers and our departments of office in the city, and then the media have an inquiry, they're calling us, and I know the firm, and he's great at getting back to people. They call him all day, all night, they call me as well. But this would be a dedicated team that's responsible for that. I think it's important for the city to have that, because, you know, when people look where they want to work, it's a great recruitment tool if they're messaging and they're engaging the public and young people that want to be police officers. Right now, we have it, but we don't have it at that level. I think this will bring us up to best practices. We have a leader in policing around the country, and this is what we should be doing.
To this point, definitely this person taking over like 24/7 all the time, and And also, the other thing that I noticed is we want to have someone that's consistent and unified, saying the same message, not different people throughout the department doing it. It's just this person doing it by it's her job. Also, the other thing, we're getting a lot of interviews by the media that's coming to us. That person will assist us with speaking points and making sure that we're sending a message that is proper so that the community understands that we're sending. So that's another thing that she's being tasked with.
I just, I'm asking more questions, but I just want to put it on record, I guess, that as you know, the mayor's come to, I mean, we're all asking these questions, obviously, to, you got at least $2.5 to $3 million worth of between salary increase and new jobs. But the mayor's also asking for a tax increase, and our phones are blowing up with constituents. We're not here to say, you know, like, oh, we're gonna cut this, we just want to hear why these positions are there. And we have to look to save money. I mean, you know, the public safety is probably the biggest increase on everything for jobs and everything. So, you know, when we're asking, I don't want you to go back and say, geez, you asked me all these questions. And it's just, we're trying to save money because the little old lady can't afford, that lives by herself, a $500 pay raise. So we have to, I mean, not pay raise, but a $500 increase. And then on the other end, we're giving one person $24,000. So we have to be able to explain all this and try to figure it all out, which is not an easy task to try to balance everything. I mean, I wish we had all the money and say, hey, you get everything you asked for, but obviously there's gonna be some things that you're not gonna get. And I just want you to know that, and the reason is because we're $11 million in the hole.
No, I understand that, and that's why I started the beginning earlier with the fact that the needs of the department has changed so much, right? So, me in 30 years, obviously, I've seen the change. To the point now, all the stuff with the social media, like you said, you know, one of the pillars talks about technology, social media, and stuff that we have to be competitive with all the departments around the nation. There's a reason why we're a model agency, because of the fact that things that we have is luxuries, right? I look at it as luxuries, and in order to have luxuries, you gotta pay money, unfortunately, to be competitive with what's going on around the nation, but no, Council.
Okay, I just want you to, I don't want you to think, oh, geez, they're anti-police or
I
anti-communications or
understand.
anti-fire. And, you know, I'm throwing it out there for all of us to say that.
And council, we really try, I respect everything you're saying, we try to be very responsible with our, you know, acts, because we know it's, there are. We prioritize, and, you know, this is one of the girls, this one way ago. But I respect your position, everyone's position.
If I can,
Yes, please.
the VIN station clerk, from what I was told, that the VIN station was closing, why are 2 of them still funded in that?
So we look at, close the base section, actually, it may be because, it's, your question is why we close?
Yeah, why is it still funded in here when we're gonna close it? I thought I was told that they were gonna go somewhere else.
So there's 2 union employees that are staffing the VIN station, so that is something that is currently being negotiated with the union. And, so that'll be negotiated where they end up, but, they'll be replaced, they'll be put somewhere else in the
So
city.
it's still employees with the city, actually, it's just that they work, and they will be moving them somewhere else.
Legally somewhere else.
So,
Okay,
yeah, sorry.
no problem. And also, again,
Yes, please.
parking enforcement officers, we're 12 down, and compared to last year, we were 12 down. So we haven't moved. Is there a reason because of that?
So no, there's vacancies out right now to try and fill those positions, and as we speak, I think that we need to have the
To
second.
fill those spots?
Correct.
And what is
That's fine.
what's the 4 records bureau clerks being added? What do they do?
That was last year, right? They were, it wasn't added, they got an increase in salary last year, as well as someone else.
It was a MOA between, the 1033 and the HR department. There were numerous positions throughout the city, and I think the internal audit is aware of that. You're aware of that HR agreement with 1033, there was an MOA. With various positions throughout the city that were increased, and that, the records clerk, along with other clerks throughout the city, that received, pay increases. So this just clarifies it on the personnel supplement.
I'm looking at the book last year for 2023.
It was not
It's
in
not
there.
even in there.
It occurred, mid-year. I want to say it occurred in December.
So I guess why wouldn't we have something to show that or listed in the booklet that it was added at a certain date?
I can't answer that, but I can provide the agreement or get it to you from HR.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So this is going to be directed at Ken. There are numerous positions, union positions that got raises. It totally bypassed this whole procedure. So the union goes out and does an MOA, and then we're told after, it's never reported to the council. I had to ask for it. So how can that be? I mean, it wasn't like there was one position, there's like 20 positions. How is that not a whole union contract change? This is changing the entire contract. It needs to be.
I'm not familiar with that MO, Gina, but it could be the result of an arbitration decision. I'm not saying the decision itself increased the pay, but it may have caused the, I don't know, but I understand your frustration because you're saying there was this agreement that was beyond the negotiation that is not in transparent, and you guys don't know.
The union contract was ended on June 30th. It was approved by the council on 7/1. They made about 20 changes
After the fact.
after the fact. And then again, we did it in September.
And typically
They're
those
doing
are
it with-
incorporated into the contract and
It's not
accounted for.
incorporated in the contract.
No,
Don't worry
typically,
about it.
I'm not saying in this instance. I don't know about the agreement.
So is it possible that we can get?
Absolutely, you should be able to.
Because we need to have all of them, because we've already mentioned quite a few.
Yeah, and typically,
But there are two issues here. I think the other issue is the fact that it seems to be circumventing the process, the contract.
especially when your argument will be, you approve and ratify the collective bargaining. agreement.
So we really do need to have a follow-up on that specific
Absolutely.
question on the circumvention, but in the meantime, we also need copies of all the MOAs and we need them right away.
And Madam Chair, typically, when there's an MOA agreed to, when there's a new contract, they're incorporated into the contract, attached to the back of the contract. So if this was after the fact, it wouldn't be until the next set of, when the 1033 contract expires.
But we need to have. some-
We will definitely get
we
you
need to-
that.
We need to have them so that we can make a recent decision on the budget.
Technically, they shouldn't be in the budget until the council ratifies them and approves them. That's my argument.
We'll have a report back on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk, for bringing that to our attention. That is something that we need. Madam Auditor. Madam Auditor, because it's really important.
Everybody's getting raises. They're
So
going down.
sorry, you're going. Oh, my gosh, I'm so sorry. Anyway. All right, back
A
to
few more.
Councilor Taylor.
Well, a few more, but now maybe they're in there too. Desktop administrator, public safety. What is that one?
So that's a new position. So we have a police officer that's retired, and he was the one that handled all the installation of mobile data terminals, police vehicles, printers, telestaff, and desktops. So we need to hire a professional, or be a civilian, to have continuity in the police department with those devices and technology.
Is that non-union or union?
Non-union.
That's non-union. You got something?
Yes, to follow up on that, how can it be a non-union position when we have union desktop administrators already existing in the city? That's a question for Larry or Ken. We can't have the same title and make it a non-union and have unions. They're gonna
I
do
think
a
it's the
union.
functions. Titles don't really mean much with the state labor board as far as the position. It's what they do, and I don't know what this individual does.
He does what I just said, so he installs all our mobile data terminals in the police cars, printers, telestaff, all the operations within the department and not vehicles.
Maybe 1033 just never claimed the position or sort of to be included into the union. So
Or they didn't talk to 1033 about it.
it's also possible, but
Okay, thank you. All right. Councilor Taylor.
Biometrics clerk.
That's one of the positions that we were discussing earlier. It was a current position and.
Okay, that's an MOA.
Yeah.
All right, how about the communications developer, Providence Public Safety?
That, everything we spoke about.
That's an MOA too?
Yeah.
All right. So that's the only questions. The only thing I'm gonna add is that, as a councilman, as you know, or may not know, I'm big on the horses. I think the horses, I know there's short one person. But that division up and added. I personally would like to see the horses out into all of our wards. Because I think it's number one, it's a deterrent. Back when I started living in the city 35 years ago, we used to actually have them go through the neighborhood once a day, not once a day, but once or twice a week. It's a deterrent for drugs. They're out there. I say to everybody likes to pet a horse, not a police car, but they will pet the horse. And it's good PR. So I think when we talk about police, it frustrates me to see them down here all the time at Kennedy Plaza, because that's, they're here, but I think they should be out. And people can speak on that themselves. I think they should be out in the community, and doing good PR. I know you guys come to a lot of events that we all have, and everybody runs to the horses and, take pictures with them and tease them, and you don't have to buy auto parts for them, you gotta buy food, but they're cheaper than auto parts, so. And, I don't know, I wanna throw that out there, that I'd like to see the horses out more in the neighborhood more.
So I couldn't agree with you more. The fact that, the horses are phenomenal PR is actually every community after, as you know, different, also there's events with kids or, I know the commander mentioned night out, that's just the fact that we go there and things like that. But again, that's a luxury, right? In order for us to feel that, we need to have sort of the officers to be pulling from a district to put them in. And then they've been on that particular job. So I would have to take them out of a particular district to put them in the mountain command. And so I have to make sure that I balance the districts and the police officers that are responding to the 101,000 calls that the communications person just mentioned. And that's the reason why we're pushing for the full strength of the department, to be able to have these lectures, like guys, footballs, mounted. That's just lectures that I get sometimes. Just to guys want to check with them.
Either that or teach those 4 record bureaus clerk and they.
We would love to have one. It's such a great tool, and when they walk down the street, everyone loves to see it. I came out of the store the other day, and I saw a crowd, and I'm like, oh, what happened over here? And I looked around the corner, because we had the horses out there, and the kids taking pictures. So, yeah, we love it.
Thank you.
Yes. Council President.
Crown Commander, thank you so much for being here tonight. Since we didn't get a chance to talk about this position, can you explain to us the biometrics clerk and the communications developer? They're new positions that have been added at some point in the last year.
So the biometrics, she's been there for.
She works in BCI, yeah, so yes, that employee has been there for a long time, but this was to get her up to market.
Okay.
So.
And they're, yeah, just,
What was the other one you mentioned?
what the job is, so I know.
Oh, yeah, they do fingerprinting and processing, and they people come in from the public that are required to get a DCI check for their employment, and we accommodate that. It's in the city for it.
Internally, and then the communications developer.
That person would be working in the public information, for the public information chief officer, and everything I spoke of earlier. They'll be managing our social media platforms and engaging with the public, answering questions from the community, also working with the media, working with FEMA, as well as the fire department and telecommunications, to just synergize our communication efforts. And like the colonel had mentioned, that one voice with the message, and so it's not so fragmented.
Things just managing our website, like the community says, all they put out the fact that, we are with the Providence police, they handle us, but they also handle fire, they also handle FEMA, and that's the communications department for these, all these other individuals, so I'm directors.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's not really a question, it's more of a comment and really just a recommendation to everyone in this room. The recommendation is to read this report by the Rhode Island Expenditure Council. It talks about municipal finance, and not only Providence, every municipality in the state of Rhode Island is above national, regional averages when it comes to public safety. So my concern is the way we're leading, the way we're projecting going forward. We're gonna hit a point where it's just unsustainable as a city. Our revenue is not growing at the rate that our expenses are. So it's really just a food of thought for everyone, to start thinking about, their first recommendation on the report is, municipalities should seek to at least slow the growth of expenditures on police and fire departments and require departments publish data on calls for service annually to make more informed decisions about staffing and budgets. So it sounds like we're already keeping track of calls, and trying to implement, positive, outcomes for those calls. But that's something that I just want everyone to keep in the front of their mind, back of their mind, wherever part of the mind they want to keep it at. It's just, we're getting to the point where we're spending close to, we're including employee benefits. That's kind of why I brought it up, because I was really trying to do the comparisons from municipalities, not only in Rhode Island, but regionally. I know there's a lot of variables, there's crime levels, there's different community needs, obviously. So obviously reports, we take them for what they're worth, but I think it's an important factor, as a city for the next couple of years, and as this body, as a finance committee, that's our main responsibility, is being able to pay our bills, being fiscally responsible. And what I'm seeing is just, we're gonna get to a point in the next couple of years where we're gonna all look at each other in this room and not know what to do when it comes to our expenses. So that's really my only comment, recommendation is to check out that report, see where we can save money. I know a lot of the obligations are contracts, legal obligations, so it's difficult to just cut officers, cut positions. But that's something that I just want everyone in this room, not even just fire and police, the whole public safety team, us counselors, the administration staff, that we're gonna be in trouble if we don't start to stop the growth, or find other ways to save money or grow our revenue. So I mean, that's the responsibility of everyone in this room, not specific to you chiefs. So I just wanted to put that out there. And just quick comment, I just want to thank the chief and the fire chief. Something that I just appreciate tremendously from city officials, city employees, is just being responsive. And you two have always done that, or have up to this point. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilor Richard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again for the presentation and your detailed explanation. Always good to have you in the community, and especially the last 6 months, seeing the responsiveness to the community in the South Side and other communities. It's really important to see and to really get to know the local police officer, right? And those who are within the unit. And yes, the horses make a difference, right? So I'll lead off with that too. A couple of questions. Going off, one is, how many horses do we have? I know that there was one in the budget, wasn't it?
Five.
5 horses?
When was one?
Remember, it was the one
It's
that
no sick.
having some health issues, so we're down to 4.
Down to 4.
He's still there though, but.
Still there, but he's not gonna be able to be active.
So, and how many patrolmen that are qualified just to be at the
We have 4, but we also supplement these officers that are in the patrol division. That supplement sometimes when we have events that we can't cover, we may have 3 or 4 events or 5 events in the same day.
Mm.
So those officers that are in the unit will cover, but then we also put from the patrol division that can ride and put them on an extra order.
Because the horses can ride for, longer than 8 hours, they can be out there for like, I think, 14 hours a day, so we need multiple people.
And some days are off too, so officers will be off.
Yeah.
Okay. So perhaps for the future, as we're losing one, assess the need in the community and talk about more. Couple of questions in terms of obviously, the mayor has indicated that we don't need a public safety officer, right? Commissioner. So, and I often see in the news when things happen, whether it's major payments, and then the chief. Right now, no one serves as a public information officer. Can you?
A commissioner or public?
Public information officer.
Oh, yes.
There's none.
Yeah, no, there is one,
Yeah.
but that person's job is only, has been, no, it's just increased, right? It's increased a lot in the sense that, with the influence that we're having right now, so it's just, I've been answering a lot of the media inquiries. And with, now on whatever time, that person will be able to do that, and then also the website that we're building up.
Are you asking specifically without a commissioner of public safety, who's answering, doing these interviews, and you see David McBain, you see the colonel going on regularly, so is that the question?
Well, I'm getting into that in the sense
Okay.
that you see different people communicating, obviously because of the incident, whether it's a murder or a fight in the club or whatever it is. I'm just trying to understand a little bit more of what you just said in the sense, we do have a public information officer, but you just want to make him chief. And so then, as you're answering that, are they gonna be also responsible for other staff? Or is this is just one person, you know, because I see, for example, we have a director of community relations, right? So with that, is there a strategy to sort of look at how you're communicating to the public, but also how to deal as internally to have one department led by like a chief public officer where everyone is communicating and not separated by different commands within the department.
Should be a pretty less communication master, and it should be in charge of somebody, right? But also the community engagement piece and the director that we have, that also sometimes actually needs to be communicated to the public and the community. And that person will be the unified person that takes the lead, including the media inputs comes in for homicides or, you know, whatever they take. That person will take the lead to handle all that stuff, including what you just mentioned, the community engagement aspect of it. And that other person is gonna help us with social media, with talking points for myself, with Apple requests. Yeah.
So I'm just going by your organizational chart, and it just, as the organization is demonstrating that it's separate, but I just want to get to the point where in a sense that if at all, as you're going into the future, and we're looking to draft and create this strategic plan that for the city for the next 10 years, that each department is going to look at how we're going to function in the next 4, 5, 10 years. I think that, as you indicated, that there's complexity in the community and communities are changing. You know, that my point of bringing this up is that how do we be more concise in leadership, but also in the communication and in the engagement in the community. In the organizational chart, it just seems that it's still, you know, for me at least, that there's something that should be looked at strategically for that engagement.
So.
And you may not have the plan right now, but I'm just saying in
I'll
essence.
answer your question.
Okay.
So the leader of the department is the board, so look like when you see a camera or director, or Perez would be that voice, or whoever he designates on that particular topic. However, this is the infrastructure, so you see we have a chief public information officer that is directly tied to Colonel Perez, as well as the mayor's office, so there's some synergy with that. Now then, the chief public information officer has a coordination developer or communication developer working on. So they're working on media, app requests, social media, getting information for us to prepare us to do interviews and just relating with the media, getting them into the building when they're doing interviews. So it's kind of a more professional model that is layered, but the leader of the organization will be the boss. He'll be, you know, pushing it down and to the public information office to get it out, and also, you know, go back and forth. It's about engagement and about getting a message out and being responsible, reliable, and transparent.
Sure.
Yeah.
So your point, you say the fact that she's linked to me, that's pretty much what you were asking, right? How is she by herself?
We could have further discussion on it. It's more of, again, how the organizational chart is describing it, right? So perhaps there's not any details yet, and I haven't read it yet. So we can go into it. I have a couple more questions. How many school resource officers do you have in a sense? And is there any plans to increase that?
We have 5 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we think three per head. I would have to choose from the uniform division. And we leave the uniform division light, and that's something that just right now at this point, for the officers, but yeah, you got 5.
And what schools are there? Do you?
Mostly the high schools. We have Alvarez High School, Central High School, Hope High School, Mount Pleasant High School.
So mostly that's.
Yeah, mostly high school, but it's essential that they have.
Yeah.
And any plans on increasing that, or what are your thoughts? Can you expand?
It would be great. I think, I think school resource officers are a good resource for the kids. And many times you think that a school resource officer is someone who is there, and a bad image. But to be honest with you, the reason I'm sitting here is because of the 2 detectives that came to Central High School to speak about police and the profession. And I sat there and I listened to them, growing up in the city. They had a lot to offer. So to me, it was great. So I wish I could do more officers to be mentors, to be mentors in the school, to assist with advice, to participate in graduations, to be an example to kids. I think it'd be great. I just think that to do all that stuff, I go back to the lecturers, right? When I do that stuff, we need to have the extra officers to be able to do that. So no, I think it's a great resource, and it's a great, not just for the police department, but for the city.
And we also, we changed their uniform, we feel, right, the uniforms, they wear a polo shirt now to be less, intrusive, and the way suggested that, as well as input from the administration in the schools about, is this the right officer for the school based on personality?
Sure. Couple more.
Yes.
Leading now into the sex offender monitoring, sex crimes. How many officers are there? And we have
One officer. I think those
one officer.
One officer. I think those sex offender, yeah, it's one. I tell you, he's overwhelmed. He does a great job, and we've had a few officers. They do a great job. I gotta give credit to them, but he's one officer. And they come in, they have an operation to go. They see them at the police station. They follow up on them, and whoever doesn't follow the the guidelines and the requirements, we go after them. So there's one officer.
How many sex offenders in the city? Estimated.
I mean,
I don't know if I can get that information, but these are other issues, and we'll talk about.
Yeah.
Having other resources, more people sign up, that are all these issues, and we don't have to everyone that lives there. And that also does have access to people, for help.
Yeah.
Within the division, and detectives, and investigation division, but everything we're bringing up, it always goes back to appropriate staffing levels to have the services that our city residents deserve.
Going into the contracts with parking meters and red light, the cameras and so forth. Are we on track to? What is the net gain, let's say, on these school cameras and also on the,
I don't have that right in front of me, but I think it was 2 million net gain for us for the school zone cameras and the red light cameras. I think that was last year. I think we paid out 4.5, and maybe going to 6 million.
if we could get that number to
I'll
us.
check that number,
Yeah.
but it was a net gain on the cameras.
And then as far as parking, the parking meters,
Yeah.
right? Does that go through your department too?
We have a parking enforcement office, but the tickets get sent out through conduit.
Yes.
Conduit.
The ones on the street also too, or that's something separate, the collection and all?
Oh, the electronic tickets, if an officer writes. up-
No, just the parking meters.
Oh, yeah, that goes through conduit.
No,
No.
that is the DPW.
Oh, DPW, on the meter.
Yeah, meter box.
All right.
DPW, all right, thank you very much.
Councilor Vanderbilt.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you both for being here. And I have a few questions. First is a harder question. So this is like roughly a $30 million increase from 2021, 2022, which is, as Councilman Taylor already said, is a little bit of a hard pill to swallow. I guess the question I have is, hearing we're in policing, hearing, the need for more staff. I also want to know about how are we training and retraining current staff? I hear a lot from my constituents about the incident that happened with the current Providence police officer who punched his political rival. It was taped. Everyone saw it on the news. That person was returned to work with very slap on the wrist. So people like that are in the police force, which is concerning to me and my constituents. And like one bad apple can spoil the whole bunch. That's that whole phrase. The rest of you are great, but then there's bad apples. And what are we doing to retrain those folks? And what are we doing to ensure that that type of thing doesn't happen? Because it decreases confidence in the police force and the work that you guys do.
So definitely, our training is pretty consistent. There's hundreds, 5 months of hours of training. De-escalation is key, is a key training for us. Obviously, community policing is another one. Cultural competence is being that the whole culture understanding the history of the city. And more importantly, how to police the city of Providence. It takes a specific type of person to come to the city and police it. We hold our officers accountable. We've done it in the past. I handcuffed on an officer myself when I was in internal affairs. So that being said, our training is pretty extensive. As a matter of fact, the last 3 academies, the commander and myself, we saw something, we can go to particularly what type of training goes.
Yeah, we have a pretty comprehensive training curriculum and everything the current said, crisis response and de-escalation training, implicit bias training. So, we're conscious about what the community needs from us, what they're asking for us. And we try to hire and train emotional intelligent officers and, make them understand that they have a lot of tools to keep our communities and force is always the last option. And it's the least amount necessary, so last time you see police officers, of course, it never looks pretty, but our department has a very progressive curriculum. We had our first LGBT competency training for the whole department, we saw it was important. So I guess to answer your question, we are very proactive at monitoring our curriculum, adding to it, we ask our community what they want to see in their police officers and update our curriculum based on that. We also use technology like virtual training now that we get officers more exposure to incidents. And we expand our field training to 12 weeks and we work with different officers on different shifts. And I got to thank our community partners for helping us train those officers. The Institute of Nonviolence and the Providence and our co-response model. So basically it's us looking, asking the community, bringing them in and developing a curriculum based on their needs.
And is that ongoing training or is that only at Police Academy and then?
It is at the police academy, but actually right now we're working on, with Dr. Cyrus came to me, actually banking up our cultural conference here, our inclusive, including diversity, training for the departments. We're working up something for the county officers. And I just wanted to get back to the question the council, Shadow asked earlier, is we about 25% of the sex offenders in the state in the city.
Wait, what was the number?
The sex offenders that he asked earlier, how many we have about 25% of the state.
Elaine just mentioned something that I should have mentioned. We are certified, one of the largest departments in the country, and what that is, it's a recertification process every couple of years. It makes us reevaluate our trainings, and by law, we have to have some training in there all the time. But when it comes to the LGBTQ training, that was a grant, crisis response training was a grant, that's all in the department, not just the academy. So we keep up with our trainings, career makes us, but we do it proactively as well. We search for grants to do this. We've gotten many grants to train our officers over the years, and we're applying for some now as well. Thanks.
That's a good one.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. Maybe a minor question. In the budget, it says 18 trainees, but when you presented earlier, you said 30. There's in the page 4 of this guy, personnel supplement, under trainees, police person trainees, it says 18, but you said you have 30 in the academy right now.
So that was probably just an error in our part. We included that whole 40 count, 40 in the police trainees, because if we had 40 there and 40 in trainees, it would look like the total count for that department would be.
Oh,
double
okay.
counted for that 40. And Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
just to clarify the $30 million swing, the 2021 and 2022 actual, those were years that we had CRF dollars and ARP dollars in the city's budget. So at year end, when we closed out the books, we moved expenses to the ARPA fund.
Okay, so would they have been closer to
Yeah,
current?
so we can true up that number.
That would be really
and provide
helpful.
the journal on it.
Thank you. Can I ask a few others? Chairman?
Yes, please.
Councilman Pichardo had asked about the parking enforcement and the cameras. Can you tell us a little bit more about those contracts, when they come up, how long they're for?
Yeah, so the contract is up in May, actually, for the red light cameras.
Red light and speed. The contract expires in June. It's up for renewal, but it also has a 3-year extension on it. And the parking was renewed back, it went for RFP last year. It was renewed back in November, and the contract is still being codified before the comment at the present time.
Okay. And so for the red light camera, and the speed camera?
Red light and speed is due to expire at the end of June,
Okay.
and it can be extended for a 3-year period.
Would that extension come before the board of contract and supply, or is that just an option that you're able to
It
decide?
would come before the board contract, and they're still determining what they're doing.
Okay, thank you. Then, you guys want more?
Just to follow up, may I just interrupt? So those would be coming to council also.
Yes, correct, you would have to approve that because it's over 500,000.
And just for clarification, this is listed, the contracts are listed in your sign, your handouts today. I just want to make sure that, can I just interrupt and ask, since you're talking about this, the parking citation and delinquent collection, the one that has not been signed, why has that not been signed?
It's still in water department, they're still working on that with the guy.
Can I have a report on that? I'd really like to be updated.
Sure, they're still working on that. I reached out the other day for an update, and they're still having meetings regarding that. This has been going on for quite some time.
It's contentious. I'm just gonna say, these contracts have been before the
Yes.
finance committee. We've had very long discussions about them. And so I really would like an update
Yeah.
on that particular one. And of course, the others who are up for renewal will be coming to us.
Mhm.
Because
I was told there's a meeting either this week or next week on the company itself.
okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Rainbow.
And then a few quick ones. There's a line for the Bureau of Crime Identification. What's the Bureau of Crime Identification?
So a BCI unit that responds to like, if they fingerprints,
Oh,
see
okay.
evidence,
Oh, okay.
homicide.
And then, what is the police legal fund?
Sorry?
What is the police legal fund?
The police legal fund.
Yeah, there's like $60,000 for police legal. fund.
That's a benefit to police union employees.
What is the benefit?
It's like an insurance policy that.
It's a contractual item that's in the collective bargaining agreement that I think the city provides some funds and then it's administered by the union, a legal entity.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Go ahead, Councilor Rainbow.
What's in the category called fees not classified, and then why have they gone up?
They've gone up because previously the police boat we were not charged for the boat slip at, in Providence where it stopped, and now we're being charged for that.
Okay. And then is the increase in uniform budget, is that because of the new recruits?
Yes.
And do you happen to know where we get our uniforms from? I partly asked because Paul Formal is in my ward and they're going out of business this year because no one buys uniforms locally anymore, which is a giant bummer. do you know where we get our uniforms?
Leaders on doorways.
Oh, and, last one. So right again. Because, my colleague is always one who has to ask, I'll ask, how many of your officers speak languages other than English?
130 officers, 130. Our officers speak Arabic, Portuguese, Italian, Spanish, sign language.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Yes, Counselor Peterson.
Okay, so thank you guys for being here. I know it's a long night, but I think we all have a lot of questions that we want to make sure that we address for our constituents. My questions are specifically related to your community engagement department. It's relatively new. You have somebody on board. Can you tell me its progress?
Yes, definitely. I agree. It's relatively new. That we director. The vision is to be able to have that person be that community engagement person, right? That reaches out to every district, every community. We have, so the city is divided into 9 different districts. Each district is promoted by a district commander, which found the main police chief of that area. So hopefully that this engagement can assist the district commander in creating initiatives, right? And every single one of these communities, they all have different needs, and whether it is working at the schools or events or coming in to speak to or a community meeting. And so the vision is to be able to have this person create a kind of make a room. Because sometimes, and then also be a liaison to different nonprofits, especially when we have incidents like issues that might occur in the police department. That person can be that voice for us, right? And, so yeah, that's the vision, and so that they engage more.
Can I just follow up that question?
Yes,
So how would you say, since Director Stevens has been on, how would you say it's gone so far?
So far, it's good. I think that it's, again, it's fairly new. We have a new major in charge of the patrol division. And so that person is actually working right now with, as you can see in the organizational chart, directly with Mike Stevens. And so we're hoping that this all come to, you know, what we see, what the vision is, that we hope to have every district commander uses that Mike Stevens as a resource.
The reason for my questioning is because I very much believe in this particular method of engagement. I think it can bring a lot of success, but I would love to see data around it. And I think that you had in the personnel supplement, I think that you had put in positions for actual people, civilian positions for either data tracking or some additional stuff. I really, just as a personal recommendation, it would be great to see an opportunity to obtain some data to see how successful this actually becomes in an effort to regain some trust and some confidence back from our constituents as continued methods of support for the community.
Yeah, I would just mention that we list all the events and engagements that Mike Stevens has done along with our offices and all the events and to schools. You know, prevention is very hard to measure, so engaging our young people in crime is very big for us to keep them away from crime, along with the recreation department. It's hard to put numbers to that because you're preventing crime or future crime. But I think he's been very successful, as our department is historically, but with the addition of him as being a voice for the community in the police department, as well as a voice for us in some communities that are sometimes skeptical of law enforcement and criminal justice system in general. So I think it's a great position. It's great to have civilians that are in the police department that we can lean on and they help us with our mission. And we'll keep track of some of the data, I can share that information.
Yeah, so I was gonna state that, the 10 offices that we have from the COPS grant, in addition, are also, one of the initiative of that COPS grant was building trust and, respect in the community. And, part of the, performance measures of that grant is, tracking, community policing in Providence. And I do have to report on the initiatives of what we do for community policing. And so I do report on all those initiatives, so I can provide.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
And then I just have one more
Yes.
question. I know that a lot of the work that we do, in terms of bringing social workers, in with the police, whenever there's a call, is done through local organizations that come and support, and provide the services, on call as needed. I'm wondering if we've given more thought to perhaps actually taking on more social worker response into the actual, organization as a whole. Because I think that is a huge benefit, to continued, police structure.
Yes, well, I mean, we do already, and as you mentioned, we have a full-time position, the right, with the Providence police officers, right? We became a routine now for officers to come over and ask for a social worker to respond to a call. I mean, I say this proudly, I mean, I've been around the nation for different trainings, and they always talk about social clinicians, having police officers as the new initiative. We've been doing this for decades. You know, so it's not anything new to the officers, the men and women of the Providence Police, to know that when there's a need for a clinician to respond, that they make a call. And thankfully, we have them with us. We have a police radio right in the police car. So if they're not with a police officer in another district will come over on the radio and ask, who's got the Providence Center with them? So it's not anything new to us. I think these are something that it became part of our duties and our understanding.
And just because like we also work with family service, addiction, mental illness, and on our house population, so it's important that we have those. So Providence had a co-response model along with family services, but we also work with Crossroads and many other. So we have resources when we respond. It's not a police issue, but we're there all the time, like 24/7, when someone calls. It's important that we have those resources. So Colonel's passionate, and May's passionate, we're expanding on those. And then reach for us. As the monitor is the city.
And they follow up too on calls. It's not just, if they're that call, they respond, but then sometimes even the next day, they'll follow up with the family. It's incredible how many times, unfortunately, sometimes we have to go to houses for drug raids and things of that nature, and there's kids in there. And the officers know the family service or the problem center, they're coming with us to assist and provide the resources.
All right. Yes, Counselor.
I was waiting to put my question out there, and Councilwoman brought it up about the Community Engagement Director. I want to say how proud I am of the work you all been doing together, and I'm so glad to see the structure chart. I want to say that the data sometimes comes from us because we work directly with our communities. And what's important for us is how we lead our communities, how our communities trust us. I'm going to use an example. I have a lot of high rises in elder homes, and the commander knows, and of course, so the chief knows really much. But the commander and the engagement director have been working really well with the Providence Housing Authority. They said to me, I'm so happy that you put us together, simply because now they're coming up with some kind of proposal of security, when we at one point had an ordinance that were putting a little bit of stress on the housing authority, saying to them to hire security outside. But if you had opportunity to have that trust that we all talk about in our community, and the fact that, our constituents need to be able to build that relationship and trust, I think this position was brilliant. I really do. I have to say brilliant, because we have to have some way of interacting, you know what I mean? You guys do a wonderful job, by the way, and I'm gonna tell you, in my neighborhood, you're in every one of my meetings, so I appreciate that, I appreciate it, because that's a relationship building that the community needed, to be able to hear the police talk about their, even their faults or their challenges, that they cannot do that, or maybe we should be working with this or that one. So, and this process, just bringing in this person for me, I'm only speaking from the experience, and you guys know I use up a lot of your time, just trying to build relationships and bridges within the neighborhood. My neighborhood is really challenging. And I struggle through a lot. So a lot of times it's like putting out fires or having people understand that we're not all at the same level. So data, I think the data would come from us as we see things develop, because I have been honest with the commander and just engage with what I need in order for me to be a better leader in my neighborhood and the partnership I need with them. So I think it comes from us, really. I don't think I don't know for sure, but for me, if you want me to ask me for data, I would definitely be able to provide what this role have been for me and the relationship between community and police. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about my sister, my sister who worked for the police department. She was moved from here because I became a city council, so she was moved in the front desk. And the people that talked about police, the relationship they had because of her being just different, you know what I mean? She wasn't one of the uniforms or whatever, but that civilian position made a big difference. So my sister's anniversary is coming up, so peace out.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah.
I want to add also the fact that.
Thank you,
my students
Councilman.
at the program was, up in, one of the housing recs, where officers go there 3 times a week to play basketball with the kids, and those relationships are priceless, right? Because then you get to meet exactly the officers that work in those neighborhoods, and that will prevent something from happening when you know who John is, who Oscar is, who Louis is. It just, in that,
It makes a
it works, and so they do that, so thank you for that. You're right.
Yeah,
That's
it
great.
makes a difference. Thank you.
Council President. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Vargas.
You like to go first? Yeah, he's yelling the floor.
I'm taking us, thank you for the comments. I'm taking us back to grounding a little bit. Let's talk about overtime. So overtime change, we were talking about projected almost $1 million change this year to last year. Special events doubling just about. So I'd love to hear more about those two numbers, especially on the special event side.
But I think overtime is pretty much what we speak all night about the products of the short staff that we have. That's the overtime. I mean, many times we have to fill those car posts. We have 27%. 27 is a minimum by contract for having a city. Sometimes it's because of shortages or because of unplanned events. We have to fill those cars or fill whatever it is throughout the city, whatever event it is. We just had the marathon the other day, right? And so we had officers on details, but then we also may have, because of anything else, accident or whatever it may be, we need to make sure we have enough people on board. So that creates the overtime.
What's the difference between this year and last year though? Because we're facing the same officer shortages. Has there been a significant change in personnel? Are we projecting?
I think the fact.
I think the fact that it was a change in the minimum staffing requirements for each shift, it's now 27 for each shift, that's one, and also because of, the way the city has changed and the pedestrian and vehicle traffic that come in, all the events we have downtown, the footbridge and all the green spaces and people enjoying the thriving city, the schools, the hospitals, the culinary arts, we've had to change our patrol plan. Now, the way it was categorized was as specialized overtime, and we're gonna fix that going forward and really do different categories for what we're doing. So you'll see, we need footballs that sometimes it's places where cars can't access, and it's important that people see the police in the community. So it's part of the patrol plan, whereas the colonel said, all the 9 districts have to come up with what their patrol plan is. Some of that is overtime. It's definitely overtime when we have these unplanned events like when the vice, we have the presidential visits, and those are all unplanned. We had a strike at Woolsey recently, planned event. A lot of money was spent to help manage that strike because, there's pedestrian traffic and vehicle traffic, and we have to keep people safe. So I would say the increase was due to the staffing requirements as well as just the management and keeping our community safe.
So when did minimum staffing change?
I'm not sure, but I think it was.
I want to say, it definitely was, as I say, about a year or so, went from 23 to 27, and that's on all 3 shifts. And so my, council president, were you comparing, this year with last year or?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, so I mean, you think about also Memphis and different things that have occurred around the nation. So we've had to sometimes because of protests, like I said, I'm planning events, we may have to, but definitely the strike of this will enforce a lot of that.
Yeah, but the strike, and there have been a lot of events, and listen, a lot of people are coming into our city to enjoy it, it's a great thing, but, you know, we need police to keep them safe and to manage that, and sometimes that is overtime. So I would say it's a combination of both minimum staffing levels that are contractual, as well as just planning to keep people safe, having enough officers on any given shift to respond to anything that may occur.
So some of it is, like specifically you're planning for future.
Yeah, and
It's
some of
not
it
really
is,
overtime
like, for
for-
instance, Broad Street, the Trinity Square area has been, there's just been some issues there over the past year. We've had to deploy a lot of resources there. A lot of that was overtime, but the community needed it, and, you know, let's keep that safe. We needed to do that. Councilwoman has, aware of that. A lot of times we engage the council and see what they need in their community, whether it's a foot post, a footbridge, and Ricketts Street, just to make people feel comfortable enjoying it and to keep people safe. So it's part of our patrol plans based on need.
And then, yeah, I'm sorry, just to add also on the community policing mentality or philosophy, we have to put sometimes officers on Gore Street, Atlas Avenue, Bay Street on foot. It just depends, it may be events, it may be nights that we expect a bigger crowd because of whatever event they're having, so we have to make sure that we put officers in that.
And well as like, it's like in the summer, there's a ton of events that we really need to participate in. Midnight basketball, we got next to basketball league, the public housing authority program with the young kids that we've been mentoring. These are all things we do to engage, so yes, sometimes they're overtime because of the minimal amount of staff that we have outside of our contractual obligations to fill those contracts.
Yeah, it'd be helpful to, so I see there's the actual spending for, you know, what we're thinking about. We're gonna land when we get to June 30th. We're a little below, we're like almost 20% below on overtime and significantly increased on overtime special events. Right, so it looks like 256% of what was budgeted. So it'd be helpful to get an understanding of that breakdown you were saying, right, like separating out, like what is patrol in places where cars can't go, right? This is just like a regular policing patrolling versus what is actually special events.
We're
And I
gonna do a
don't
better
hear-
job at categorizing them, so it's very clear what each dollar was spent for. And, you know, specialized overtime, we use specific slips for it. And it's changed over the years. Before, we used to use specialized overtime slips, it's something that may be reimbursed. Whether it was during COVID or before that, or, you know, presidential visit or something where we may get reimbursed. But it ended up, we were using those slips more. We'll do a better job at categorizing exactly what the money was spent for, what was for new staff levels, for what areas of the city require additional resources and for what.
Yes. And then I have I've got two other questions. So we got miscellaneous professional services. A slight increase that you want to be able to explain what that is.
I can explain that. That is a match for grant for the Providence Center, and that's actually an expansion, for another, clinician for mental health for the Pink Center.
And then other services, miscellaneous expense. What is that? Sorry, last year was 25,000, it's going up to $132,741.
So that's $50,000 for additional community engagement materials. And then, 37, yeah, the lead remediation. So then there's $37,000 in there for lead remediation at the berm, at the firing range. There are lead bullets that need to be taken out of the berm. To approximate to the Situate Reservoir.
Sorry, can you explain? Can you elaborate on that?
We speak some brain started like
Providence Water. So with the training range where they do their qualifications, there's the berm that they should consider, and that's owned by Providence Water. So every so often, they have to do lead remediation to remove the bullet from the lead. And that's a requirement.
I'm just gonna ask one follow-up question. So on the overtime, so if you're gonna graduate 30 officers in August, won't that affect your need for overtime?
If we're gonna graduate them, it will help. If we're gonna graduate 30.
Well,
yes.
if you're planning on
Correct,
graduating
yeah.
30 in August,
Yep, and you said it will help.
and
you.
I'm wondering how that will impact your projections on overtime.
You know, they have another 12 weeks of field training, so they'll be contact with some, so they won't be able to cover a minimum staffing shifts. So that's another 3 months that they're at, but it would change the projection. 30, it's a good amount of officers, but it's less than a 10% increase in the total staff, so it would help to use the field contracts.
And I'm asking if that is figured into your projected, your proposal. And
Yes,
also your 5 laterals, so
like that, yes.
they will also be decreasing your need, I believe. over-
Yes, I think.
Okay. All right, and just, I also wanted to ask a question on maintenance and services, the decrease from maintenance and service line.
So that is due to a body worn camera grant, so we will receive $472,000 over the next 5 years. For a body worn camera grant. So the actual cost for body worn cameras a year is $1.3 million. And we'll receive $472,000 per year from the state for reimbursement for the cameras.
And where's that fund being deposited?
That's in an activity, grant.
Is it the statewide BWC program?
Yeah,
230. So we get reimbursed 400,000 a year.
472,000.
So are we offsetting anything? Or is it being deposited? Did we offset the budget?
Yes,
What line it is?
52911.
Okay.
All right. Councilor Vargas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question is for, out of the speeding cameras. You said red light and speeding camera, so the red light is a red light and speeding camera is the little school zones cameras?
Yes.
So according to the first contract, when they signed it, they said that money that will go back into the community. Why the police department is taking all the money to the police department, not letting it go to the community?
So, I think finance can take that. So there is a portion of the revenue that we collect that does get put into its own side fund. It's a,
School safety and,
traffic
Traffic
calming.
calming and school safety is the name of the fund.
And so that's not in the general fund, but at the end of every year, we look at the revenue that we collected, the expenses related to this, the operating the speed cameras. We also get a $70,000 administrative fee that we take out of that, and 35% of that net revenue gets transferred to a separate fund.
I've been in the council 5 months, I haven't seen not a dime from that department, from the speeding camera money. And I've been asking every day that we need help in the community, bringing back that money into it. To do something about around schools, about safety, traffic cones, and the answer I get is, oh, I'm sorry, the money has been taken back to the police department. So if that's the case, we better take off those cameras. And are we going to be making more money out of when we do the contract? We just making $7 per ticket. I think that's not enough. They making billions and millions of dollars. The company, we making this. So we're better off, how come Central Florida, Pocatello, Providence, all around the city, they make more money when they did a contract. So it would be great to have eye opening when we do, when we renew the contract, now we can tell them to buy. Can I have another question?
Yes, and we're gonna have to wrap this up shortly so we can have the manager auditor, but we are bringing those contracts back into committee so we can take a look at those. But go ahead, Councilor.
Okay, thank you much. And animal control, you have 5 officers?
Correct.
So these officers, they like a regular police officer?
So you have, no, there's animal control, so we have the 3 technicians inside the animal control, and then we have the 2 that go out, actually,
The civilians. They're not
Civilians,
police
yes,
officers.
they're not sworn.
Local
One
Union
time at a-
1033.
One at a time, please, so we can have this record clear. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Madam Chair, they're members of Local Union 1033. They're not members of sworn officers of the police department.
Right, they're all officers, but yeah, they're not.
Which one, the 5 or 3?
They're just animal control, they work out, none of the police officers, none, not one.
They don't carry no gun,
Correct, yeah,
but they carry uniform.
correct.
And horse command, can we use like civilians instead of use police officers to ride the horses?
To ride the horses, it's, the horses, it's actually, man, it's police officers there, have civilians there. I mean, there wouldn't be a uniform, right, so it would be.
Different uniform.
Yeah, I mean, the thing within the past, we've had those horses get assaulted, right, so I want to make sure that we have the right officers in there somehow. Obviously, we ride those horses.
Will be trained,
I'm sorry?
will get trained.
Where you wanna ride?
What? I love my farm.
Well, they have, so when we deploy the horses, they still have arrest powers and they need to be sworn. But, you know, other.
I've never seen a mounted police horse with a civilian, I just never seen it.
So we have one at a time. Councilor Vargas, is that for you? Do you have another question?
Yes,
Okay.
the 4 rangers that we have, when they patrol, which part?
So as far as I know, they usually be in Kennedy Plaza, mostly Kennedy
Park
Plaza.
rangers.
Park
We only
rangers.
have 4.
Oh, hot rangers.
Park rangers.
Yeah, the work station in Kennedy Plaza, but they do go around really and ambulance and temple and assist. I don't know.
We've had more historically, some have left and had to replace them. They were pretty much staying in the downtown area, Burnside Park and that surrounding area. There's one that stays in Roger Williams Park, I'm not sure if it still stays there. But he helps in patrol the park. So there's 4 right now, mostly in downtown.
Well, we have plenty parks in the city. We need more park rangers out of downtown area.
If you would request them for an event or something that's going on in the park, we'd be happy to go down like that.
We get a phone call tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So one last question. In reference to the uniforms, is that individual purchase or does it have to go through an RFP too? Is that, this is also for fire and police, because I see that it's several $1 million in terms of uniforms. Same thing with the fire department. And there's an increase and so forth. So is that an RFP?
Yeah.
And when is that coming?
Police, I believe, is, I think both of them are in a 2-year contract right now.
Into it?
Yeah, they'll be into their 2nd year of an RFP.
So it's coming up.
All right, Madam Auditor.
Okay, real quick, I'm trying to add up your officer numbers. You currently have 320 police officers, you have 30 recruits, that's 351.
400, I'm sorry, well,
Well,
would you say when was the first time you started?
410.
okay, just police officers though, just patrol officers.
Oh, just patrol,
Just patrol.
okay.
255, uniform division,
You have how many?
255.
I have 321.
Are you adding,
Yes,
Yes.
including detectives.
Yep.
Just patrol officers. So when you add your 35 in, that brings you to 356. And if you get the 40, that brings you to 396. You have 393 budgeted. You're going to go over. I
We have
just,
4 leaving, right? We're
Five minutes every time.
We have 4 leaving from 83 clients. What was the last number you did?
I'm at 396.
So that's -4, so that's 392.
Okay. Okay, and one real quick last question before, who is running the program for the speed in, red light cameras? The only reason why I say this, I want the council to know, if it goes all the way to the end of the year, the fiscal year, then you're gonna get stuck with the new one, so you will not have the option to bid before it expires. So whomever is in charge of it, I would meet with them and ask them if it's your preference to rebid. I mean, it's all about communication. This is how we still are stuck with them. We just have to keep renewing because it never goes up to bid properly.
Can we have a report on that? Soon, I think that would be great, if we could. Great. Yes, yes,
Let us add to that.
yes, please.
So more clarity. Are we getting a report or are we asking to be part of the contractors before us?
But we need,
And also manage it?
we need a report on where we are soon, and if, in case we are going to leave it.
Madam Chair, we have to notify, conduit if we're going up, to bid and not renewing the contract by May 29th. I actually spoke to the chief operating officer, Ms. Hawkins, when I came in here tonight, because I knew that would be a question. She has, been in contact with Conduit, and she is handling also the contract with the city, with the water department. So I'll reach out to her tomorrow and let her know what the questions that you have.
We would need to have a response very quickly. Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, I don't know, I realize we have fire and we have, so I don't know if people need to stretch for a minute, just 1 minute, but we really need to, so we're gonna take 5 minutes break. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm going to get a chocolate bar or something.
What'd you say?
I'm gonna get a chocolate bar or something.
I feel like I'm taking more than minutes. I know, I was with you, like, what the
My brother-in-law is a mountain police officer in Newark. When you ask those questions, you imagine claws on horse. It's horse he gets off, he's like this big.
Amazing.
Sorry, we get it.
It's a variety of pastries from different countries.
Oh, awesome.
Italian, Turkish, we're doing a little bit of everything. I'm excited, actually.
I'm gonna come forward, but I'm gonna leave.
Yeah.
I want you to like.
Yeah, absolutely, that's 100%, yeah,
You might have to-
thank you. I have a bunch of,
I'm not saying We'll talk.
no worries, no worries. And I have my friends coming in here for their conversation. They're lively, and I'm not necessarily usually like. We are not.
Wait, we're still.
Thank you. We're moving right along to the Beach Fire Department, and thank you so much for your engagement.
Thank you, Chair, appreciate it. So, Madam Chair, we have with us this evening Chief Derek Silver, and command staff, and we begin. Yes, this is the summary for the record. Thank you.
In your budget book, we're on page 37. Fire department is a revenue generating department. The revenue budget at $992,024. An increase of $68,728 over the 23 budget, and the increase is primarily due to additional fire department inspection revenue, which has risen due to operational efficiency. And there's a decrease in
Hold on.
Your voice is very soft.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit, so.
No worries.
Moving on to salaries. Total salaries in fiscal 24 is $45,476,391, an increase of $2,139,896 over the 23 budget. And the department has made the following organizational change requests. Under civilian personnel, they'd like to fund a confidential assistant to the chief of the fire department at a cost of $67,538. Under uniform personnel, they would like to fund an assistant chief at $168,960. They'd like to change the title of assistant chief to chief of administration at no cost. They would like to fund the chief of EMS at a cost of $146,690. A title change of assistant fire chief operations to chief of operations, no cost associated with that change. They would like to defund the deputy assistant fire chief operations with savings of $118,022. They'd like to defund the director of professional development at a savings of $98,851. They'd like to change the title of fire lieutenant dispatcher to dispatcher in charge, zero cost. They'd like to fund the fire marshal at $127,954. And a lateral academy at $1,589,163. And the total change in salary is requested is $1,883,435. We're making an increase to salaries to temporary cost of living adjustment of 2.75. And step increases as well as the 4% contractual increase for all uniform personnel. And there's also that issue with longevity in this department. Longevity. benefits total, budgeted benefits for 24 is $42,754,118. An increase of $1,042,264 over the 23 budget. Services total proposed budget for services in fiscal 24 are $572,263. This is a decrease of $306,634. And the decrease is due to savings in recruitment, training, and miscellaneous professional services. Moving on to supplies, the budget for supplies in 24 is $2,286,589. An increase of $530,019 from the 23 budget, and the increase is primarily due to increased costs associated with auto parts and uniforms for the F-25. And there's no capital budget in this.
That completes our review, Madam Chair, members of the committee, members of the council.
So, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councilors. I do have, I'll be brief for the presentation as an overview of the project.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is first pause right there for a minute. I'd like to mark our, the department control hearing of the fire department's budget as exhibit number 12.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilor Anderson, seconded by Councilor Taylor. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, and then we'll mark this, your exhibit, your presentation as exhibit number 13. I have a motion. So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Anderson, seconded by Councilor Taylor. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Wonderful. Thank you.
So some of these may be duplicates from number 12, but there are also some additional documents.
Okay. Do you have a copy of what we do now?
There's 15 of them, so we'll be.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Chief, I was just saying, we used to go to the States.
Yes. And so I just asked that everyone start with obviously the first top page. This is the organizational chart that is the current existing budget. So just bear with me that the names associated are the former mayor, commissioner, and the admin and operations chief at that time. This budget was submitted. All right, so to start with, I'm going to go here.
So right ahead.
So we operate 12 fire stations, 24/7, 12 engines, 7 ladders, 7 rescues, 3 battalion chiefs that operate in 3 different districts within the city, a safety operations battalion that roles on the entire city, and then a shift commander, the deputy assistant chief. In total, that's a complement of 88 FTEs personnel on 4 shifts that exist within the fire department. That's collective bargaining required, minimum staffing of 88, regardless of day, night, holiday, etc. And so now, when you think about the fire department on this first organizational chart, and you look at the right-handed column where it's called firefighters, lieutenants, captains, battalion chiefs, that represents the 352 personnel that are required to staff 4 shifts at the complement of 88 that's required. When you start moving to the left of the chart, you have the division of training that now currently has 4 FTEs. Our EMS division, which is the 7 rescues, I'll get into that a little bit further. It's a little bit of a hybrid. They're on a shift structure. They report to a deputy assistant chief on a shift as a shift commander, but then they also report to the deputy assistant chief, who's a non-union manager on a Monday to Friday typical business day schedule. When you move a little bit further to the left, with the Bureau of Operations Control, that's communications, that's our dispatch. So in addition to the civilian dispatchers that live within the communications budget, there is a fire sworn personnel that's the supervisor in that office. That is actually 4 now, which will be represented in the new proposed budget. And the captain that oversees that bureau on a day schedule. And then you move further to the left, you have the Fire Prevention Bureau. that has currently 18 employees that are overseen by a captain. The supply division and the carpenter shop were eliminated in the last bargaining agreement, no longer exist. We still have a year supply tech. And then the automotive maintenance repair division on Dexter Street that maintains our fire vehicles and apparatus. All in all, that was 352 shift personnel and the 25 other support personnel in fire prevention, training, et cetera, report under and through our chief of operations and chief administration, and then ultimately to me as a chief. And so when you look at the proposed requests and understand them, we effectively have a non-union management supervisory personnel for to basically oversee policy, human resources, personnel decisions, discipline, all the types of things you would expect from a manager of a department. It's 4 for 400 effectively. And so when we started looking at what we were trying to accomplish as a department, I will say operationally, in an emergency setting, there's no one that compares to us in how well we operate. But administratively, we've been lacking for quite some time. When we didn't have a fire chief, it wasn't just the position of fire chief that was eliminated and not filled. It was also all that support non-union management positions. And so I got to bring you back to 2012, effectively, when Agent Rivera's at the time had a Category 5 fiscal hurricane, and we had 10 non-union chief officers that managed the department. We had a chief of training, a chief of communications, a fire marshal, a deputy fire marshal, assistant fire chief, a chief of operations, chief of investigations. All in all, we had, again, 10 non-union managers, and we're down to now 4 non-union managers for roughly the same size fire department. And in that, and what's lived since then, is really a lack of progression on the administrative side. Most of our policies, procedures, SOPs, how we operate, how we respond, it's all really dictated from policies that were created in the 90s and haven't really been comprehensively updated since. And so, as Councilor Sanchez had asked earlier about what determines how many apparatus or how many units go to a call, we dictate that through our SOPs, and then communications effectively deploys them through dispatch. We are now been changing a lot of those policies and procedures, albeit slowly, because we are at a deficit in terms of non-management positions to really accomplish those goals. But to give you some examples of really where we are and where we're trying to get to, this sounds a little silly, but we have what we used to call a Form 17. And so if you were an employee within the fire department, you needed a vacation request, you were acting out of rank, and you needed a pay increase because you were doing the work of a lieutenant or captain when you're the rank of a firefighter. If you were held over because of a building fire, really any type of communication that you need to get to headquarters. This is in 2022 into 2023 when I was appointed. We got rid of it, but just to give you where we were, a firefighter, whoever it may be, would go on to a computer, go on to Microsoft Word, get a Microsoft Word template pop up, Form 17. This template is so old that it doesn't support spell check, grammar check, nothing. And that firefighter would type up that Form 17, type up the issue that they had, click print, print it at that station, hand it to the lieutenant, who would review it, sign the left column, forward contents, noted and forward rather, get on the phone, call the district chief would get in their car, drive over to that fire station, look over the request, also endorse it by signature, drive that down to public safety complex, walk it to the shift commander, the deputy will overlook it. If you agreed, you would sign, contents noted and forwarded, walk it up to the 3rd floor, to my office, for me to endorse it, sign it, to walk it over to eventually get to payroll, eventually get to the source and to get to it in 2023. So we are, like I said, I don't want to alarm anyone, emergency response wise, we handle it and mitigate every problem that comes across. Administratively, we are archaic. And to progress as a department, to make sure that we're good stewards of the money and the resources that we are afforded through our budgets, we just quite simply need more managers to manage that department. We just can't do it with 4 to 400. I don't care what the organization is. And for us, our job is to save lives. So it's very important that those policies are updated. Just to give you another example of how we respond to calls, we term what's called a water emergency. That's if your hot water tank breaks. It's not necessarily an emergency. You need to respond because you have water leaking all over your basement. Prior to our changes, a fire engine would go. Lights and sirens, screaming through red lights, all the way there. Now, do they need to get there quickly? Sure. But is anyone going to be injured, killed? No. So why are we responding to lights and sirens? Prior to this year, every single call, regardless of the call type, lights and siren, full boat all the way. We're changing that now. But again, it takes time, especially with the limited amount of management resources that we have. And then when they got there, this is even wilder, they said, yep, your hot water tank is leaking just like you told us. Funny thing is, we don't carry dewatering equipment on the engines. We carry it on the ladder trucks. So then they get on the radio, they say, send us a ladder with a water pump, shop vac. And then they would drive lights and siren all the way to that address to do the work that they could have originally done, not emergency response. I could go on for days about how much we need to progress as an organization. But I just want to give you an understanding of why the requests that I'll go into further detail as to why we need them and why they're important so that we can operate appropriately. And so if you turn to now the second page, this is the proposed organizational chart. And what I believe is necessary to ensure that the proper oversight, management of this department occurs. And so kind of flipping it, shift the other way, you start with the left-hand column. We're a unique department, even more unique than the police department in the sense of how we operate our shift. So we have 4 groups, 4 shifts, A, B, C, and D. They each have 88 assigned positions that have to be filled regardless of whether they're vacant or not. If someone isn't there, we have to fill it with overtime. And so those 88 work a rotating 8-day-a-month schedule. So for me to affect policy change, for us to bring them in when discipline is needed, we effectively have to catch them on those days. Some days they're weekends, we take a vacation day, we miss them because it's 4 groups, 352 personnel rotating out. It really ties our hands as managers to get to them if we don't have enough people to bring them in. Unfortunately, when it leads to discipline or even to affect policy or even to educate them on why we're changing call type responses such as the water emergencies I alluded to, or even another one that drives me insane. If you call and say you're an outlet that's been smoking for a day, we send 8 apparatus, 8 different vehicles from various fire stations throughout the city, lights and siren. The same number of apparatus we send if you tell us that flames are blowing through your roof. That's how much of a disconnect there is on appropriate resourcing, resource typing and response. So the goal would be to add a chief of operations that could supervise those effectively 352 that are on that rotating 4 different group schedule. They are overseen by a deputy assistant chief on each shift, but there's 4 of them. So to have that message be consistent throughout the groups, we really need one focal person to supervise them, manage them, and then dictate and explain policy to them as we change it. And ideally, I'd like to change a lot of it rapidly because it's not working the way it's being operated now. If you move over 1 column to where, I'm sorry, it's a little small, but if you look at the other staple pages behind it, I built out exploded versions of each bureau division so that you can then see more detailed information on different bureaus and divisions. But so that's the chief of EMS, Zach Kenyon, that's filled currently, he's at the rank of deputy assistant chief. This creates a difficult dynamic because he exists at the same rank as those shift commanders, deputy assistant chief. And just in my time in this room, listening to things, I know this is something the internal auditor raised previously. How does this person who's a non-union manager then communicate or dictate policy to the deputy assistant chief that's also the same rank but in the union? It's a very weird scenario and difficult to manage because one can't tell the other what to do. We're a paramilitary organization, rank is embedded in our structure, and so they're equals. Yet one's a non-union manager. So the request was to increase that chief's rank to assistant chief, which is a non-union manager position. If you move over to the next column, this is Chief Joseph Molis sitting behind me. This is just a title change. He's responsible for effectively drafting and creating a lot of the policy that we have related to human resources. So in public safety, we don't have traditional HR department support. We handle all of our HR within the fire department, and the police do as well with theirs. Whether it's disciplinary action, anti-harassment, non-discrimination, all of the things that you would know and understand as generalized HR issues are handled by the four of us. Air supply is one individual who maintains our air packs, our bottles, our masks, all the things that you see a firefighter wearing when going to a burning building or a dangerous atmosphere. And our supply division is a division, there's no humans assigned to it, that's where our equipment and our uniforms and everything else is stored and sent out through our clerks and through our 1033 folks. The safety operations battalion are those four chiefs that one exists on each group that manages the safety operations, which is incident safety officer, but also department safety standards, because as municipalities, we don't, we're not required or we're not overseen by OSHA, we still have to ensure that we're following best practices through NIOSH and National Fire Protection Association. And then you move slightly over the Bureau of Operations Control, that remains exactly the same as it is today. There's no request to change that division at all, even though previously that was overseen by a chief who believed the captain was adequate. Same with Division of Training, that previously was overseen by a chief of training. We believe the captain, male director of training was adequate. And then you get to the Fire Prevention Bureau. I'll say, outside of emergency response, fire prevention is probably the busiest and most important part of the department, because so much of our code enforcement, inspection standards, how we operate with businesses, is flowed through here. In addition to all of our APA requests, the Fire Prevention Bureau exists as the keeper of record. So our fire reports, our record management system, our EMS reports, all of that flows through fire prevention in addition to code enforcement inspections. And so currently, go back to that first sheet, all 18 personnel report directly to the captain. And so the proposal would be to restore the fire marshal that existed over a decade ago and have the fire marshal, the non-union person, be the person that everyone reports to. And that captain used to be in charge of investigations, whether it's fire or arson investigations, what we call a complaint, which is both internal and externally. So when we get complaints from a resident or a tenant in a apartment building that says, hey, my fire alarm system isn't working adequately, or we respond there and we notice the system is out of date, they file an internal complaint, and then they farm it out to different inspectors to go and investigate the issue to ensure that places up to fire code and safety concerns. Account analyst public safety is a non-union position that basically operates our APRA, what we heard about earlier, the firebox, Comstar billing, and the rest of our records. Fire prevention lieutenant inspections and plan review are plainly as they're stated, one's in charge of the inspection side of things, and one's inside of plan review for new buildings or additions to buildings when they have to review the fire code. And then we have two clerks. One's the front desk clerk at headquarters, so effectively anybody who comes into the fire department to have some sort of public facing issue responds and talks to that individual clerk. And then the additional clerk maintains the budget, the operating expenses, the tracking of inspections that go down to DIS. And then at the last right-hand column, again, no proposed changes there, is our ordinary maintenance division, which are the civilians that take care of maintenance and fire equipment. And I'll say, we didn't just look at this and say, where were we before and where should we be? We also compared ourselves to surrounding communities and how they manage their departments. And it wasn't a surprise to us. We knew anecdotally that we were understaffed from a management perspective, but when we started comparing similarly sized communities, and that's why you'll see the list that you have here. Granted, we have gone further outside of, I'll say, the New England, New York region, but I think we stopped not compare apples to apples at that point. You can see that Providence has the least amount of non-union management positions. Those ones with asterisks Hartford, Connecticut, Springfield, Massachusetts, Worcester, Massachusetts. They don't provide EMS, they will respond with an ambulance, but in those departments, it's either a private company that's contracted out with the community. Worcester, as an example, it's run through the hospital system, and it's a third entity with its own budget and organization. And similar for Springfield, Massachusetts, so they have their own command structure because they're a separate organization, separate entity. And then just for comparative sake, I took the staffing of those organizations and their population to see how we compare with the others. Behind that, you'll see the job descriptions as proposed for the positions. And then lastly, because there is a request here to hire new firefighters, and there's always that overarching question as to where we should be at a number in terms of staffing. What you'll see here in this first one, the yellow tab, is the current fiscal year, so obviously it only walks out through April, and then the 2 preceding fiscal years. And you can see our overtime has risen at the same time as our staffing has gone down. And so our overtime costs, our callback number that you see there is 100% derived from that requirement to be at 80 for the staffing. And so when you look at that second chart, it's kind of where are the drivers for callback. And realistically, it's vacancies. Vacancies are the largest driver of callback. If you look at paid time off, which represents sick, vacation, FMLA, with the exception of injured on duty, which separated out there in the orange box, you can see that effectively IOD and PTO hasn't changed much. That's going down slightly, but our callback continues to rise, and that's just based on the sheer number of vacancies. We're at 360 sworn personnel currently. We have 3 that are out on long-term injury that we don't expect to come back to work, whether it's through retirement or some other discharge. And so that brings us down to 357. You got to walk out 25 that are in those support administrative positions that I spoke about earlier. And so when we start each shift right now, we're 6 below minimum staffing when we start the day. That's before anyone gets a vacation day. That's before anyone gets a sick day, before God forbid anyone gets injured. And just to give you perspective, our average right now is 5.5 weeks of lost time per firefighter, per FTE, whether it's vacation time or sick time. It's not alarming in the sense that we can explain and understand why. So our firefighters are afforded obviously a collective bargaining agreement where some of them receive 4, 5, and 6 weeks vacation. Our department is relatively senior right now. So 187 of those 360 receive 4 weeks of vacation. 85 of them receive 5 weeks vacation, and 88 of them receive 6 weeks of vacation annually. And they can only carry over 6 from year to year. So it's effectively a use it or lose it scenario. And so when you look at this last sheet, I'm sorry, yeah, if you look at the first sheet out of the yellow tab sheet, you can see where our peaks are. It's obviously the summer when it's nicer, so vacation rises, and then again in December. And the reason for December is they got to use their vacation before the end of the year or they lose it. The 2 red ones is because if you recall, Kronos, which is our telestat software that we use, was hacked nationally. And so we lost use of it for several weeks. And so those numbers are artificially depressed. But if you bear with me, if you look at those other 2 years, how they peaked, they would have done the same had our telestat program been working. That was all tracked separate and apart from telestat. These reports were pulled from telestat. And just to talk a little more about paid time off, I also look back at the last decade. Prior to these 3 current years, the 7 years prior, our PTO was 25% higher than it has been for the last 3 years. So we've made inroads in our sick leave predominantly and reducing that and being more diligent about how we police it. And so we've had a reduction of 25% paid time off, and that's largely sick leave. And so I think that's something to then further showcase that it's really a sheer vacancy problem, and it's why our overtime on callback is so high. Addition to those vacation time, 215 of those members get 7 personal days a year, We have 145 to 5 personal days a year. That's how we're getting to an average of 5.5 weeks, everybody taking off. We have a senior job, senior department. A lot of that is due to our hiring practices. We hire infrequently, and then we do hire, we hire very large academies. So the last time we onboarded new firefighters was 2017. We had a pandemic. We normally, through average attrition, was 21 a year. And so that begs the reason why we are where we are in terms of callback. We just lost people and we haven't filled the positions. And to give you kind of an idea where we are right now, we have 88 members with 20 years or more in the fire department. 43 of those have 29 or more years. So even though we've hired some very large academies in 2017 and 2016, a lion's share of them are still much older. I don't believe that's the way we should operate into the future, because we create these cliffs 25, 30 years later where those 80 retire altogether, and then we're in the same boat. This also ties into our plan for diversity and how there's the population that want to be firefighters is finite, where that number is. And so when we bring on these big academies, we have to go further out to find people that want to be firefighters. And so if you look at the last 2 academies we hired much more outside of Rhode Island and Connecticut, Massachusetts than we typically had in the past, because only so many people out there want to be firefighters. And that is why this proposal to do a lateral academy and to hire laterals is so that we can kind of combat this overtime cost problem we have, but really it's also about the number of hours that we're expecting our firefighters to work. The way our callback structure works, when those 88 are on duty, they're the ones mandated to fill the following shift. We don't do an all call out. We don't require those that are off duty to answer their phones. So those 88 have to be held over. And I would argue a firefighter in their first hour versus a firefighter in their 40th hour, you're getting a different product. And so not only is there production cost when you hire, it's also about how many hours we want our emergency personnel working. And that's again why we're asking for the laterals, so that we can onboard them quicker. A traditional academy is 6 months long, because you have to certify them in all the disciplines. Whereas a lateral academy, they're already coming on with those certifications. With that, say questions.
So I think we'll start with Councilor Taylor. We have his hand up first.
So, not gonna make any friends in the fire department with these comments, but like I said before, we need to find $11 million. So as everybody knows or don't know, I retired from the fire department 7 years ago. After doing 28 years. So first of all, some of the truths that I need to put out here is that, well, let's start with the positions first. So the confidential assistant chief of the fire department. I personally am against that because since 1988, there's always been 2 assistants to the fire chief, which there currently is 2 now. And the chief wants to add 1 for himself. And I understand the confidential part and everything, but I don't see the need to pay the $67,000 for that. One of the other ones is the assistant chief. As far as the assistant chief, since 1988 or 89 when I came on, we've always had 3 chiefs. We have an operations chief, we have administrative chief, and we have a fire chief. That's what we have now. So I don't see what why we need another assistant chief at $168,000. Like I said, we're looking to find some money here. So this is my find in the fire department because I look at it as waste that to get these positions. The job's running. It has run for the last, what are we at, 35 years now? Since I came on, we ran with 3 chiefs. The deputy chief, the EMS chief, going back to, I'm going to reel back now. 1976 was when the first EMS chief came on in the fire department. That was actually the battalion chief. It was Bob Drummond, and he fought to become he was the EMS captain, and he wanted to become a chief, and they made a battalion. He was a battalion chief. The next non-union, not right. 1, 2, 3, 4. The next 4 battalion chiefs in EMS were battalion chiefs. In 1994, when I was on the job, the EMS chief at that time, who was Mike Dutra, fought to have that to be a deputy assistant chief, which was also non-union. And from 1994 to now, it's been a deputy chief, non-union. So to make a person who's gonna be non-union, the non-union, if it's Zach Kenyon now, he's non-union, move him up to chief of EMS at a $24,000, almost $25,000 pay raise to do the same job as a deputy chief, non-union, to me, makes no sense. So I would leave that position as a deputy chief and cross off that chief of EMS. Now, we talk about non-union positions. I happened to be in that 2012. I was chief of communications, non-union, and the union eliminated all the positions. They eliminated the fire marshal, they eliminated the carpenter shop, they eliminated the repair shop, the assistant fire marshal, my job at communications, and they moved me over to headquarters. I was non-union, so we got to move to headquarters. But the union caused this problem because they eliminated the spots. And matter of fact, the union also caused the problem. Before, there used to be 3 shifts, well, 4 shifts, I'm sorry, and there was 3 battalion chiefs. Now there's 4 battalion chiefs. So before we had 12 battalion chiefs and 4 DACs, and we had 1 safety chief. Now we have out of that 16, 4 safety chiefs, 1 for each group. And the DACs, which I'm gonna throw at the chief, he was the union president when he put him in the union. So battalion chiefs and deputy chiefs were put in the union by the union, you know, they're all non-union before, up until probably 7 years ago, or maybe a little longer. While the DACs were just recently, it was the commissioner and, because Derek was the union president, put those in as chiefs in the union.
Counselor, with all due respect, I respect you, I think we have a good working relationship, but I was not the president of the union, when there was positions.
When DACs were.
Yeah, I know you.
No, I'm saying the DACs only. You were president when the DACs went into the union. So now he comes to us asking for money and wants all these positions because we have all this non-union hierarchy, if you want to call it. But the union created it. So I don't think as a council, if we had money, I'd say, hey, let's spend the money and throw it out and give everybody what they want. But we don't have the money. As far as the, I forgot the numbers of how many people, but they have 29 years on. Right now, to max out, just to let people know, 32.5 years is the max that a firefighter can work. And this contract, the contract's good for another 4 years. So when they try to say, well, geez, someone is, I don't remember the number, 88, or I don't know what it was. How many people? Oh, 43, I think it was 88 before. So 43 are eligible to retire, 29. They can retire. But will they retire with the contract not being changed? I doubt it. But some of them will, maybe health issues or God forbid, whatever. Sick leave is down, obviously, because the shifts have changed. Now the 12-hour shift, 24-hour shifts compared to what they were. They were 2 12s, 2 14s back when. Actually, when I retired, it was all messes because the commissioner changed it to 3 shifts and eliminated it. It was a disaster. What else we gotta go? I got that one, deputy chief, go back, EMS, fire marshal. The fire marshal, like I said, they eliminated the spot. We've been doing it without a fire marshal since 2012. Because other departments in the state don't even have a fire marshal, they rely on the state fire marshal. Also, as far as the trucks, like so many trucks and going to the different thing, that's actually communications, because I was the chief then, and that was dispatching trucks. That needed to be changed back when I was on, because it was sending too many trucks. Like say if the alarm comes in over here, a box alarm, so we're gonna send, I don't even know what it is now, 3, 2, and 1, 3 engines, 2 ladders, a chief. They're gonna send 1 out because we got more chiefs. And then they leave and they get back to the station and the box comes in again, they're sending the same 3, 2, 1. They used to, I don't know if I changed stuff, but that needed to be changed back then. So I just, like I said, I'm not gonna make any friends with all this stuff, but I just felt, and then you also have to look at the fires. as I was leaving, the fires are less. There's not as many fires in 1989, all the vacant houses that we had compared to now, because of all the safety, the sprinklers, the fireboxes, the smoke detectors that are alerting the people. So I think, like I said, don't shoot the messenger, but we have to find some savings, and just in this, I think it was almost $400,000 for the new positions that were put in. So, thank you.
May I speak to someone?
Yes, and also, can you just start by telling us what your optimal number is for the department?
I believe it's 420. So if you look at where we are right now, 360. We're gonna finish the year with about 196,000 hours of callback. And if you look at that month-over-month, that yellow tab item, we don't have a month in which we go below 10,000 hours of callback. And that remains linear throughout. Obviously, it peaks higher than that through those other months. And so we could capture, I'll say 10,000 hours a month of that callback by hiring 60 firefighters. The blended rate for overtime is $59.62. A new hired firefighter is $22 an hour. So if you look at that, we don't spend another $30+ per hour on benefits. So it is cheaper to hire the overtime at the number we're at right now. Again, not to restate, but just to say that it's also about how many hours we expect our employees to work.
And may I just add, before you respond, the lateral academy, how many were you expecting to add?
40.
And all right, go right ahead. And I know you're.
So in 2012, we did when we had a fire chief, the fire chief, in fact, it was so long ago that it's still called the secretary, that there was a secretary to the fire chief, in addition to the 4 clerks and the 2 administrative assistants. So there was effectively, I'll say, 6 admin style individuals. We have 1 less clerk than we had before, and we still have the 2 administrative assistants. The rationale for a confidential assistant is if you look across the city in the different departments, effectively every director that has a sizable personnel has a confidential assistant, because there's work product, there's grievances, there's personnel issues that effectively forbidden from sharing with unionized clerks and administrative assistants. So it has to live within myself. That support for arbitrations, grievance tracking, et cetera, is the need for a confidential assistant. And again, all the sensitive communications and correspondence that exists within my office. And I'll say, comparing it to other fire departments, effectively, I couldn't find a fire chief that didn't have a non-union admin to support them. And we did have one in 2012, no offense, counselor, but it wasn't 1988. Additionally.
Oh, no, I said, no, I meant, no, it was executive secretary in 2012. What I was saying in 2012 was the non-union positions that the union changed to union positions. And you were one of them that changed the 4 DACs, you and the commissioner, recently to DACs.
Yeah.
And now you're saying, well, geez, I don't have anybody they're all union people. Well, you created that problem. So don't come to the union. I mean, don't come to us and say that you need non-union people. You had them.
No.
Councilor Taylor, can we just let the chief respond?
So in 2012, we had 10 non-union managers for all those different disciplines. Like the counselor had said, he's a chief of communications, chief of trade, chief of EMS, deputy chief of EMS, fire marshal, deputy fire marshal. In 2012, we had 10 non-union managers. Now we have 4. I did and was the president that agreed to with the city and the council and was ratified to unionize the 4 deputies, understanding that those are emergency response personnel. They don't have the authority to administer discipline, bring formal charges against someone, deal with the human resources, the policy changes and decision-making is not lived amongst shift work or shift supervisors. Deputy is effectively the person that's in charge of building fire occurs, or major incident occurs, or making sure that staffing is appropriate. And so it made sense to unionize that person because they're not effectively a manager, they're an emergency manager. And so there's a distinct difference in what a non-union manager does in terms of personnel and policy and what a shift chief does in terms of mitigating emergencies and making sure that the number of personnel are there. I will also mention that in 2012, when Angel Tavares took office in defined a category 5 fiscal hurricane. He went to all the unions and asked for 10% reductions. I don't begrudge the union leadership at that time, which I was not one of, that offered up their bosses instead of their own contract, right? I would argue that it's part of the fault of the city for allowing them to go that way in terms of where the money was taken from, because it effectively left not a whole lot of management for that work. And hey, if you're a unionized worker, don't cut me, cut my boss. And the city went along with it in 2012. I'm not sure that's the appropriate model of how we should run a department. And it's shown for the last 10, 15 years and how our policies haven't progressed, our responses haven't progressed. We're still printing out paper and basically they tie it to a carrier pigeon and get there faster. So we really need to progress as an organization, and for us to be effective leaders and managers, the 3 of us plus 1 just can't do it for an organization of 400. The police department doesn't do it, not to compare us to them, and no other fire department that we can compare to does it. It's effectively asking the capital city, the 2nd largest fire department in New England, to operate on a shoestring.
Okay, other questions? Yes, Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation, explanation, very helpful. Can you explain a little bit why the union secretaries can't do the work that you're asking for the confidential secretary to do?
So I had reached out to city department HR as to what I could have those administrative assistants do. And the guidance given was that I can't have them have anything to do where it is involved in employee discipline or affecting their work conditions. I don't want to put Mr. Shiverino on the spot, but I'm not, perhaps it's because of what their job description is at 1033 employees, but I was just told I'm not allowed to communicate with them for that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
additionally, it's a problem with the State Labor Relations Board too. There are certain exemptions for union and non-union if you handle confidential matters. And confidential matters wouldn't be confidential healthcare information. It's confidential labor type of issues, arbitration, grievance. Those are specifically excluded from union type positions pursuant to the state statute and the State Labor Relations Board.
And in the previous 10 years, that work was done by the confidential assistant to the commissioner, because the commissioner is the acting chief. So there was a non-union admin to do that work. And now that position doesn't exist, or there is no one else to utilize that work.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you. And this isn't a really question to you, Chief. Maybe it's to the administration. So we have a list here of current salaries, and from that sheet, it says that you and the police chief are making this year currently 175,000. And you guys are both pretty projected high. I think yours is like 196 and the police chief is 209. Like, where's the justification for those increase in salaries to our public safety chiefs? I'm not sure that's for you or the administration.
Yes, so I would defer to Ms. Richards, but I do believe it has to do with the provisions associated with the certifications and other professional credentials that will permit and allow for a higher grade salary. Ms. Richards.
That's correct. It brings them in line with the certifications of both departments. And it would have to go before the salary review commission also.
And Madam Chair, that has to do with those who have that deep tenure as well. So if there's a tenured employee who has been promoted by appointment or elevation, they still carry the certifications and credentials in the new position.
And may I just follow up on the salary review part? So there's a set salary for these.
That's correct.
Okay, right now.
I believe 175.
175.
Adjusted upward by certifications and credentials.
Okay. Sorry, Councilor Sanchez.
No. Just like, well, what type of certification? Just for my knowledge, like what?
Chief, you
Yeah, so I know I specifically have an EMT license, assistant deputy private state fire marshal card, as GS technician, training instructor, but I'm not 100% familiar with which ones are included in that.
It's the EMTC, the EMT, the ASPFM, so he would have all of the certifications, top level.
So is that like included in, so I mean, like, what's stopping, like, if I go get those certifications for me to get, like, what is like the mechanisms that like that allow that essentially, like?
So if you were a firefighter, you would be at the top step. Mhm.
So like every like ranking firefighter that has like more certifications gets an increase in their salary
I can
because of
start
that?
into that, so, like, if a firefighter is an EMT basic, they receive a $25 a week stipend. If they're cardiac, they receive, not the 25, they receive 75 a week. If they're a hazardous materials operator, they get $10 a week. If they're assistant deputy state fire marshal card holder, it's $25 a week. And you can have more than one of those certifications.
I think that's helpful.
Okay, Councilor Vanderwall.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you for this presentation. I had just one final question, I think, because Jim asked a lot of really good questions. Actually, two questions. One is on page 38 of our budget book. Also, first, before I do that, thank you for this very helpful presentation. I feel like we get a lot of just like, and what are your questions? And this was helpful to have a lot of backup information. On page 38, the top line personnel recruitment, why does that go down like $200,000 from 23 to 24?
So I don't have a full budget book, I only have my.
Is the personnel recruitment line? Oh, thank you.
So the fiscal 2023 budget was prepared by the prior administration. They were assuming that we would do full recruitment for a full academy this year, and that did not happen. So the recruitment costs are significantly less in fiscal 2023.
Oh, okay, thank you, that's really helpful. And then this is maybe, I don't know if this is a question for you or a question maybe for Larry, Mr. Mancini. Does the city have like a lean systems processing process? Like when I worked for the state, there were a few people who helped with like lean processing or lean processes. And it is a lot of what you described. Like there was a lot of like, I need to print this and then walk it 20 feet to someone else who does this and blah, blah, and a lot of that with mapping. Does the city have those resources? Because it sounds like, man, that's really awful. We help you not do that.
So right now, we purchased this whole job form, and so we're creating a lot of online forms. Literally us three are doing it,
Yeah.
building out forms to try to alleviate some of that paper. But it takes time, you gotta create the workflows.
Yeah.
Make sure that it ends up in the right email bucket, because we operate a four-group system. We can't have it assigned just to you.
Yeah.
Because then you're not coming back for 8 days and it sits. But so that's what we're doing, trying to build it out now to try to streamline those processes.
But there's no like city person who helps with like process improvement.
It would live in the Department of Human Resources and who the person who may or may not be responsible for innovation and lean and those type of systems.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay.
I just want to, one thing,
One.
the certification that you're talking about, that's mostly union people. Like EMTD, EMTC, because they want to get them more money or they want to be on rescue. Because they do have other qualifications with the, I'm not sure if he has bachelor's degree, they have a Maryland Fire Academy, they go and get out, they get certifications for that. So that is also included in, should be included in the decision of making a fire chief.
Thank you for that. Yes, Councilor Peterson.
My question is, sorry, I'm losing my voice too. My question is actually in regards to your lateral academy. One of the things that there is the potential of this particular lateral academy to not have as much diversity as we'd like to be able to afford with regards to the fire department. So I'm kind of wondering what your strategy would be around creating some diversity measures to ensure that we actually get a great pool of candidates.
So it's a couple step process. Just like the police department laterals, this is the first iteration of us attempting laterals. And so I know we're going to review our policies and how we recruit laterals in addition to traditional firefighting academies. And really change the way we cast that net to get a wider pool of candidates. Because I believe you get a larger net and a larger pool of candidates, then the result will be a more diverse population. The problem that we live with is that the Providence Fire Department is the most diverse by and large department in the state and close to the region. When I was making comparisons on staffing and structure of the department. I also look at other departments' diversity. And granted, some of this information is about a year and a half, 2 years old because of what I could find out there. But like as an example, the Boston Fire Department, that's 3 times our size, has 19 women, whereas we need to do better. We have 21 women. It was wild to me when I found that data set that we have more than their department. Worcester Fire Department is one comparison we made. They have 14 women in contrast to our 21. In persons of color, the Boston Fire Department's at 25%, the Worcester Fire Department's at 11%, and we're at 28%. We have a lot of work to do to make our department more diverse. It's something that we're working with Providence Public Schools. It's called the CTE program. We started last year. We'll be doing another cohort this July, and again, one with the school year next year. And it's to get our city's youth certified as firefighters so that they would also be qualified to be lateral firefighters. Once they get what we term pro board certification for firefighter 1 and 2, they would then be eligible to go on board as well. It's really important to us that we bring kids not only that are diverse, but from the city of Providence. We just find they know the neighborhoods, they know people who are more comfortable talking to them in emergency situations. So it's definitely something we need to improve on and that we're working towards. The core foundational problem with laterals is that we're pulling from departments that just aren't diverse.
Thank you for that. One more quick question.
Yes, Councilor Arundel.
Thank you. Building on the question for diversity, I know you came before finance a few weeks ago about building out the restrooms at some of the facilities. Can you confirm that all of the fire facilities now have bathrooms for women? And also, do any of them have non-gendered bathrooms so that if we have non-binary or
So
non-gendered?
currently, there are 4 fire stations that do not have women's restrooms. That is part of the SIP. That should be completed by the end of this year, I believe. Public properties obviously manage that part of the build out. And we do not have non-binary bathrooms at all. We do have at some of the stations, I'll say individualized bathrooms that could be utilized if we change signage. It's one of these driving me crazy in 2023, not every station has a women's bathroom.
Yeah.
Even the other stations that haven't adopted in the last few years, it wasn't that long ago that we didn't have. And we used to have more women too. We were at one point had around 30. So our numbers have waned a little bit, but you would have thought when that occurred that would have been a precedent for building out women's bathrooms.
Yeah,
But here we are.
to use the restroom at work. Yeah.
I've got a couple of questions. Can you just explain the increase in the fire department inspections from 19,200 to 150?
Yeah, so, in my former roles, I was the captain of fire prevention, and so what we realized is there was a book of work that we weren't getting tagged on. And so within the department inspections and standards, permit applications are applied to a viewpoint. And so if you apply for a building permit, all the other departments that are required to be on that permit are automatically tagged. And for some reason, some years ago, fire prevention wasn't tagged on a number of inspections that they were supposed to be tagged on. And so those fire inspections weren't occurring. And so as an example, what was happening was building owners, business owners were getting frustrated because they apply for, I'll use a liquor license as an example. They apply for a liquor license, they go through a permitting process, fire would be tagged on it. 12 months when they go for their renewal, we'd be tagged on the renewal, and we tell them, you guys, that couch doesn't have a flammable cert to say it's okay to be an occupancy of assembly. You can't have those curtains. And so now we're like, well, what do you mean? A year ago, I applied appropriately. It's not my fault they didn't tag you. Now I got to spend all this money for a business I've had for a year. And so we work with DIS to make sure that we're on it from the onset. And so that is $100 fee for that inspection. And so that's why you see an uptick in those. Additionally, there's a number of inspections that I'll say don't happen annually, like schools as an example, by state statute have to happen annually. But apartment buildings, there's no requirement for them to be inspected annually. So about 3 years ago, or probably maybe even just after COVID, there was a department decision made to inspect apartment buildings that were 20 units or more, to get basically a look at them because they hadn't been looked at in quite some time. And so again, we'll see an uptick because of those 20-unit apartment buildings or more that now have all been inspected, there was a $100 fee associated with each one of those inspections. And we anticipate that to continue with other occupancies, places of worship as an example, things that we haven't been in a long time, just to really educate owners and the occupants on what they need to do and provide for compliance.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to ask you if there's an. Which one would be a rescue captain?
Oh, there is a rescue captain. You have a rescue captain, not a fire rescue captain, but a rescue captain, and it exceeds this number 7 that you could have. What position is that? Because it's not allowed, it's kind of against the ordinance, violates the ordinance.
I believe it was in the budget currently that we're living under, was or wasn't in the previous one, and then it's come in and out. And so that rescue captain is a quality assurance, a quality improvement for our rescue authority.
I think it's not allowed. I don't know where it came from, I don't know.
It was before my time, I believe it was.
Yeah, you got the name.
That's approved now.
Yeah, I believe it is.
That's approved. That was approved.
You have the ordinance?
Is it an MOA or is it an ordinance or?
That got approved last year.
It's not a supplement or the.
Fire captain EMS. Fire captain EMS.
That's not the title. It's just a.
That was approved
Fire
last
captain
year.
EMS is there, but you have it as.
Yeah, fire captain EMS.
Fire
So
captain EMS.
that's the rescue.
That's the fire captain EMS.
Okay, it's not the same title, that's all. Okay. Thank you.
You have more questions?
Can I continue with the personnel?
Yes.
Okay, go into your personnel. You say you have 40 laterals. Are they doing 5 weeks of training?
Yes.
And how are they coming out with the pay?
They're coming in at ground level as you would know.
No accruals?
No, just as a brand new person, just a brand new.
So you're currently at 88, your minimum manning should be 352. Your minimum manning numbers now are 332. Bringing in 40 brings you to 372. Your overtime is at 8 million. You don't think it'll be less than that?
No, I think if you look at where we are right now in terms of actuals, we're gonna close out this year with 11.6.
How many?
11.6 million.
Okay, but how about your TL? I'm looking at your TL.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna go down to for your TL? How many numbers? You have 332.
Yeah.
And when you're gonna bring on 40 more, you're gonna be at least 72.
Yeah.
So you don't think it's gonna go down less than the 11.7?
It's going from 11.6 to 9.5. And so when you look at with those 40 firefighters capturing hours, right? A firefighter works 2,180 hours a year. And so you take off the fact that they also get paid time off. Let's call it 2,000 hours for round numbers. You're at 80,000 hours over the year. If you use that blended overtime rate of 59.62, that's almost $5 million. And so when you look at it, that's what they're displacing. But there's also the cost of their own salaries. So when you're at 11.6, 40 firefighters is really going to reduce overtime about $3 million.
Okay, do you think it has anything to do with your schedule? I mean, it's not 24 on, it's 10 on and then 14 on. There, I mean, if they're not able to take that second shift off, wouldn't that save on anything?
I'm not following.
Your 24-hour on is not 24-hour on, it's 10 on followed by 14 on.
But on the
So-
same day, so it's 24 hours consecutive.
I can be sick for the first shift and then come in on the second shift, or I
Conceivably,
can
yeah.
use right, so you don't think that that has any potential to kind of,
I think if you look historically at where we've been for the last 10 years in terms of paid time off, and even the last 6, because that's when we've been on this schedule, we've averaged 100,000 hours in paid time off the entire time that we've been on this schedule. So when you split that out, I don't think it's gonna decrease any more next year than it has over the last 5.
One last question. Yes. What's your maximum, how many are allowed max for vacation?
Well, that's a lot for the driver is, so on any given day, 16 people can be on a full week's vacation. 6 can be on a single day vacation, 20 can be out on a personal day, and then sick and injured. And again, that's all driven by the collective bargaining agreement, nothing that I can dictate or change.
Any further questions? Oh, yes, Councilor Vargas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, I totally forgot. Chief, how many safe stations do we have?
Safe stations?
Safe, yeah, safe.
Yeah, so all 12 are defined as safe stations.
Do we have any record how many people have been going down there, like, what is the situation, like, what is the problem, what they using to go into these?
I can get the exact numbers for most recently, but on average, it's been about 60 people annually. Some of those are repeat customers, so repeats that come through. And what happens is they walk into a fire station, they have to, want to acknowledge they have addiction problems, want to seek help, and then we call out a clinician that's paid for through a grant to help the community's office. And they come out and they bring them to our facility.
Can I have another one?
Yes, you may have.
Thank you. Have you got in touch, or somebody got in touch with you about another safety station on Huntington Avenue? Is
With the harm reduction side?
yeah.
I'm familiar with it. I don't know where it is in the stages of it happening, but I know it's the old Kodak site, right? That's the old location.
Right.
And that's kind of my level of knowledge with it.
Like how the fire department is going to be helping this institution to carry in the people there, like, or that is going to be harmed or be more burden to the department by helping these?
I don't believe so. We found with these facilities or these types of organizations that it doesn't necessarily increase our overall call volume. It just brings it to one section of the city. So it doesn't, it may task those companies or those stations right around the area, but overall as a department, it doesn't inflate our call volume very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you
you.
very much, Chief.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We really appreciate your.
Chief Taylor, no.
I'm glad we're talking next week.
Your
I
heart is on the
understand
ones you
that there are
got.
many factors that are outside.
All right, so that's why I said about 7 to 9.
So if we, do you think we can do our final?
I only have one question.
We don't have the big one. It's just, yes.
It's just the commission.
So if we can just.
We're ready to go, ma'am.
I'm so sorry. I know.
We have a substitution.
No.
Madam Chair, we have a substitution, Ms. Lindbergh as our deputy director will have the opportunity to read the budgets.
Yes, our finance director is,
All right.
her voice, so you guys get me for this one. All right,
We need to mark it. So
Okay.
do we have a substitution or? we just-
No, I meant a substitution in personnel.
She's it.
Oh,
She's
oh, I'm so sorry. We'll mark you as an exhibit.
13.
The public safety department budget as exhibit number 14. May I have a motion?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Anderson, seconded by Councilor Sanchez, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay. Now, we will have the substitute for that, so thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Okay, so, we're here right now, so let's talk about the, department for the Commissioner of Public Safety. This is, it was a revenue generating department. It's currently budgeted at $0 for fiscal 2024. It's a decrease of $61,200 from the fiscal 23 budget. This decrease is due to the expected closure of the VIN verification station, which was originally closed to the COVID-19 pandemic and has seen a reduction in demand for services since then. Total salaries for fiscal 2024 is a proposed $848,216, an increase of $47,433 over the fiscal 2023 budget. The department made the following organizational changes. They are defunding the Deputy Director of Fiscal Operations and funding a Manager of Fiscal Operations. The Deputy Director was funded at $80,061, and the Manager of Fiscal Operations will be funded at $104,771. This is a net impact of $16,710 on the operating budget. The remaining increase in salaries is due to contractual local 1033 cost of living adjustments, as well as step increases. Additionally, they are seeing a little bit of an increase due to the reallocation of attrition, which the finance department has moved into a non-departmental account. Total benefits for fiscal 2024 are budgeted at $483,905. This is an increase of $13,887 over the fiscal 2023 budget. Total proposed budget for services in fiscal 2024 are $745,944, an increase of $50,622 over the fiscal 2023 budget. This increase is due to contractual increases for software system used throughout the Department of Public Safety. Total proposed budget for supplies in fiscal 2024 are $284,450, an increase of $31,383 over the fiscal 2023 budget. This increase is primarily due to computer equipment upgrades and hardware that are necessary to support Department of Public Safety operations, and there are no capital items in this budget.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, we have this evening before us Deputy Commissioner Ray Richards, who has been an outstanding resource this evening for all the public safety departments. So I welcome her. Commissioner.
Deputy Commissioner, thank you for everything today. You've been participating vigorously from your seat in the back. So I guess I'm just going to kick us off. Okay, I'm going to kick us off and just ask why it is that we have the vacant funded positions of commissioner and assistant administrative assistant. I'm just wondering why we're paying this.
So, Madam Chair, members of the committee, members of the council,
So sorry.
while the mayor is by charter, the mayor and public safety commissioner, he still reserves that right to delegate or designate a public safety commissioner, and this budget reflects that opportunity when the administration, the mayor, makes that appointment.
Oh, I'm sorry. So he's planning on making this appointment?
At some point, he will make that decision. And should that decision be made, then necessary funding to support that would have to be in place.
Okay. All right, Councilor Taylor.
Just following up on that, I would recommend to take both of those line items out and do like we did with the fire chief. We didn't have a fire chief in there as a budget. And then when we decided to make a fire chief, we reinstalled those payments. Because as of right now, we're not making it, so I don't know. I agree with the chair that it shouldn't be in there. Just a comment on that. Second is Deputy Director of Fiscal Operations, Public Safety. I see that zeroed out. Can you explain that, I guess?
Oh, for finance on that?
So this is an initiative that finance is proposing for all of our large multi-division departments, parks, public works, and public safety. As you know, the finance office itself is a very small department. So this would allow some more enhanced reporting around our side funds, our grant funds. We would like those departments to submit not only their general fund budget to the finance, but also the budgets for their side funds too and their grant funds. I'd like them to start reporting to us internally monthly budget to actuals for all of their side funds and their general fund budget. It would increase oversight and transparency in those areas. And this department in particular has a need for some support with grants. And so this position would also assist in identifying grants, applying for grants, monitoring the grants, reporting on the grants.
So is that position going to be the manager of fiscal operations now?
Correct.
Is that person from deputy director going into that position?
This No, they
Why?
haven't had the opportunity to apply for that position.
Well, let me ask the deputy commissioner this. This deputy director position, correct me if I'm wrong, in the last 3 or 4 years, it said this is the third person that's in it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and this person that's in it now, why wouldn't she be offered that position?
That is not up to me.
Oh, let me back up. Did you send this person to do grant training for a school?
She attended online training, yes.
And she passed the grant training?
Yes.
Okay, so why wouldn't she be considered for that position?
She could apply for the position.
Okay, 'cause the reason I'm asking is I know this person, and the person was brought down to City Hall and said that her job is no longer because she's not union June 30th. I personally don't think that's fair, especially since you asked her to do the grant training and the, Sarah just mentioned that that's what they're gonna be doing. She passed this with a 92, 94 to do this grant, and then she's told to exit. I don't understand that. And like I said, this is the third person that was in the position, and it's been a year. One person stayed a year and then left. Other one stayed a year and then left. This one stayed, wants to stay, has the qualifications as far as I've been told, and now has been told by HR that June 30th is their last day.
So the consolidation was a consolidation by the finance department. There were 4 other people I'm told that were part of this consolidation, so I have to defer to the finance department for this.
Yeah, we will say this is a consistent title across all of our large divisions, and so it is an effort to enhance the reporting and capabilities of those staff. Particularly in the public safety department, they are getting a tremendous amount of federal grants, and the CFR reporting requirements on that are very, very stringent. And so we want to make sure that anybody in this role is very familiar with those procurement procedures and managing and monitoring those grants. In addition to all of that work, there are quite a few auxiliary funds that reside in public safety, particularly federal and state seizure monies. And we need to ensure that somebody is in this role who is aware of those laws and regulations and is able to monitor those budgets and spend that funding appropriately.
But when you say we're defunding this position, makes it sound like a savings. We're actually spending another $16,000. And the person that is in that position is not being offered that position.
I think that the person in this position is certainly able to apply for.
Now, if they were taken down to City Hall and told them June 30th is their last day.
And I don't know how much of this we can get into. Because it seems
Well, I'm
like very
putting it out there
personnel
because I'm asking the
related.
deputy commissioner and she's throwing it to finance. I mean, if that's gonna be the case, then my position has always been, and I'll reiterate again, we should do away with the commissioner's budget and let the deputy commissioner work in under finance. Because I'm asking her a straight out
That's
question.
the reason of why council will respect it's a matter of some of the personnel.
I know.
And I don't think that we have the ability to speak about that in this.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yes, I have a follow-up question. Take a couple steps back. What's the role of your office right now, and what are your like day-to-day duties, deputy commissioner?
So I oversee 5 departments, budgeting, personnel, administration, oversight of all purchases, payroll, grants. I apply for grants, I administer grants, performance, reporting,
So you do that for the fire and police departments, or what?
fire, police, communications, FEMA.
So in those departments, there's no one doing the duties that you just explained?
No.
Any others? I just have a couple of quick ones I wanted to run by. Can you explain the 8% increase in the maintenance and service?
Yes, in maintenance and service, that increase is for Crowd Technologies for the, that is our software agreement that runs our CAT, the police and fire, actually all public safety dispatch, record keeping system. And what we did was we added, a software for, the data, analytic software for module for, directed, patrols and crime analysis to the police department.
Okay, and the 12.5 increase in the computer equipment.
So in computer equipment, in there is a $40,000 increase for fiber network throughout public safety. And what that's going to be is a secondary site for cybersecurity resiliency. Because right now there's only one site in the city, and this will have a secondary site.
Right, and I think that's it. I think we're good. All right, yes.
I just have one. You described everything that you do. How many staff do you have?
There's 10, well, there's 10 positions in public safety minus the commissioner's position and the admin. And I have a staff, there are 3 payroll positions, 2 clerk positions that do requisitions, and there's the IT position also.
You also indicated that you write grants for
Yes.
under public
Yes.
safety. In a sense.
Probably since I've been here in 8 years, I've brought in over $20 million in grants.
Thank you very
Federal
much.
grants. You're welcome.
Yes, and that's why I wanted to ask you, now under the infrastructure bill and so forth, are there any grants in the pipeline that we're taking advantage of in terms of broadband, securing up and the technology, but also other infrastructure money that's coming from federal?
Presently, the EMPG grant and the Homeland Security grants, we can apply for that. They are open right now. We'll be applying for some. I know you heard Director Migliaccio speak about the radio system, the 800 megahertz system, and that it's obsolete. We have applied a few times for that, and we haven't been successful, only in a couple of upgrades. But that is multi-million-dollar system that needs to be upgraded, and yes, we will be applying there. We recently did get a discretionary application to apply for the police department, and some of that is fiber optics upgrades. We haven't received the award yet, but that is that. We will probably get that award, but we are constantly looking for grants.
Sorry, I can't let you leave without asking one question. What is going on with the Crywolf?
Oh, so I knew that was gonna come up. Okay, I'm prepared for that. So Rivals will be leaving. We are not renewing their contract. It has been renewed by PMAM. Okay, PMAM is gonna be the new company. It was awarded by the Board of Contracts. The company, we are just signing off on the contract. The War Department just gave us the okay to send the contract back to the company they gave their final review. We sent it back to the company the other day for the police chief to sign off on and the company. And then they will be, it'll take about 5 or 6 weeks for them to do the interface with our system so that they can talk to each other. The new system, I don't think Chief Silva, is he still here? No, he left. Okay, so they'll be in place. They're hopefully a much better system that we won't have the errors that we had. And I know there was a lot of concern with constituents getting bills for paying late, and there were fines with the overlap of 30-day that a person would receive a bill in the mail with a $10 fee, and if they didn't pay within the 30 days, they'd get the fine in accordance with the ordinance. So we're hoping that this new company will catch those errors and we won't have to deal with that.
And is that contract moving before council?
It already did. It went before Board of Contracts.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay. And then, that fee was $100.
It was $100,
It was
and then if
crazy.
you didn't do it within a certain time, it kept building up in accordance with the ordinance. It's, yes.
And so I would really like to know the details. I think we all need to know the
Mhm.
details of that because we're probably going to hear a lot, right? So if we could get.
Yes, I'm hoping that this new company, if we don't have so many problems that we had with Crywell.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner. She's done great tonight, and thank you so much, Chief, Director, Assistant Director. Those of you who stayed with us. for-
Well, so, thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, Nelson.
Thank you. With that, may I have a motion for that? Continue. Motion continue.
So moved.
Second. Very motion made by Council Pacheco,
Seconded.
Council Chair.
Triple.
All in favor?
Aye. Chairwoman, should we start some of these meetings earlier?
Oh, we have a motion here.
Thank you very much.
Make us like, wait, all in
It's hard, but is there a specific thing that I can calendar that I can't?
Yes, I know.
You not know at all.
You got what? Rec soccer?
Thank you. Thank you very much.